Certify and Sapiens Institute present Unveiling Tyranny, the Genocide in Gaza and False Zionist Narratives on Palestine. Written by Hamza, Tzortzis and Massoud Vahedi, narrated by Usman Qureshi, and supervised by Sadiq Zaman. Section 1. Background Matter and Epistemic Foundations. Many individuals desire to develop a solid understanding of Palestine and its people's difficulties over the last 7 decades. However, they are uncertain where to start and what resources to read to kickstart their journey. This comprehensive and well-cited work provides a series of arguments and counter-arguments that elucidate the underpinnings and root causes of the Palestinian crisis, both concerning the current 2023 Gaza genocide and the long-term cycles of oppression that have preceded it. The book has been organized logically and linearly, with its material divided into 4 sections. Section 1 constitutes a background study of the present Palestinian crisis and may be read as a standalone chapter. In sum, Section 1 incorporates the following topics and themes. 1. The provision of a concise and preliminary outline of the Palestinian crisis. 2. The role of the so-called enlightened Western world in facilitating and supporting the present genocide. 3. How media outlets distort the nature of the Palestinian crisis. 4. A discussion on why Palestine is primarily an Islamic topic and can only be solved through a moral outlook based on the teachings of the one true religion of Allah. And 5. Besides pointing out that violence against non-combatants can never be justified from an Islamic lens, this chapter also highlights why the events of October 7th cannot be used as a pretext to justify Israel's ongoing tyranny. After completing this section, the reader will have the baseline degree of information required to appreciate the vital theoretical arguments found in Section 2. This section provides a series of positive arguments in favor of the Palestinian cause, which consist of the following. 1. The Israeli state's development and expansion has been predicated on the policies of apartheid and ethnic cleansing, with both of these inhumane techniques being meted out against the Palestinian people. 2. Israel has killed scores of Palestinian children from 2021 to 2023 in the West Bank, which indicates that its crimes predate the current crisis and extend to areas that are not ruled by Hamas. 3. For almost 17 years, the Gaza Strip has been held under a crippling siege which has reduced the enclave to an open-air prison. 4. As a collective people, the Palestinians enjoyed the right to self-determination and the establishment of their own independent state. 5. Israel has acutely failed to abide by the legal principle of proportionality in warfare and has most likely committed war crimes in its operations within the Gaza Strip. 6. Israel has consistently violated numerous provisions of international law in past and present wartime engagements. 7. When evaluating the statements of Israeli officials and military commanders, there are clear indications of genocidal intent, which in turn put the Palestinian people in grave danger of being indiscriminately eliminated. And 8. There are a number of solid indicators which suggest that Israel is using its current military operation as a pretext to expel the people of Gaza to Egypt and annex the enclave, thereby achieving its goal of establishing a greater Israel. The arguments and theoretical points found in this section will manifestly demonstrate the merits of the Palestinian cause and highlight the grave atrocities of the Israeli war machine throughout the last 7 decades. Sections 3 and 4 comprise a series of counter-arguments to common Zionist talking points and objections and may be read as standalone segments. While both sections provide cogent responses to popular objections made by Israel's backers, there is an essential difference between the two. Section 3 evaluates popular claims made against the Palestinian cause with respect to the current 2023 crisis. The objections found in Section 4, on the other hand, are general and pertain to recurrent tropes used to justify the Israeli state's wrongdoings. The chief theoretical finding of this research work is that none of these claims withstand critical scrutiny. From the onset, it is essential to note that this work is not simply about the 2023 crisis. Instead, it provides a concise yet comprehensive study of the roots and antecedents of the tragedy that has struck Palestine ever since 1948, and considers the general themes and historical realities that inform the ongoing occupation. Studying the present hostilities in isolation would undoubtedly be an analytical error, since that would entail ignoring the structural conditions and root factors that caused Operation Al-Aqsa flood to arise in the first place. Contrary to the assertion of commentators and the backers of the Zionist state, the events of October 7th constitute a last gasp reaction to the many decades of systemic oppression and ethnic cleansing meted out by the Zionist killing machine. The people living in occupied Palestine have been forced to endure a brutal top-down apartheid system which has suffocated them and deprived them of the freedom of movement, self-determination, and all other fundamental liberties. The stark reality caused the great human rights champion Nelson Mandela to make the following proclamation during the 1997 International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people. "We know too well that our freedom is incomplete without the freedom of the Palestinians." Almost 30 years have passed since this monumental proclamation. It is painful to know that the state of the Palestinians has only worsened as the West Bank has been reduced to a maze of Palestinian communities rapidly outnumbered by surrounding Israeli settlements. Meanwhile, the Gaza Strip continues to be subjected to perverse, degrading, and unlivable circumstances caused by a crippling blockade. The Palestinians living in Gaza and the West Bank have been subject to violence, humiliation, murder, and the imprisonment of their children for too long. Justice delayed is justice denied, and the entire world is guilty of remaining indifferent to the oppression meted out against the Palestinian people. Besides identifying the antecedents of the October crisis and proposing tangible and meaningful solutions for the liberation of the occupied Palestinian territories, this work aims at reframing the current meta-narrative of the Palestine question, which remains overwhelmingly biased in favor of the Zionist cause. Concrete changes cannot be realized in the future unless the world population develops a new and shared intersubjective mentality that is inclined towards the liberation of the Palestinian people. This lofty goal is challenging, but can be achieved if misinformation and propaganda are challenged with established facts. This book plays a small yet noticeable role in achieving this objective. This academic work provides a comprehensive analysis of the current war of oppression that has been unleashed against the people of Palestine. The purpose of this book is to deconstruct and challenge these conventional assertions by providing counterpoints, thought experiments, and 8 key arguments to reframe the narrative concerning Palestine. Nevertheless, a few critical disclaimers are needed before highlighting these aforementioned points and arguments. First and foremost, the deliberate killing of any non-combatants, regardless of whether they are men, women or children, is a moral wrong and a blatant contravention of international law. All the actors above must never be condoned as military targets, and any loss of civilian life is a tragedy that must be condemned. In addition, during times of warfare, the Islamic faith itself prohibits the killing of any non-combatants. Several categorical statements from the Prophet and his noble companions confirm that this is an ironclad ruling in Islamic law that cannot be contravened. Considering this perspective, any group claiming to fight in the name of Islam cannot partake in such atrocities. The first Caliph of Islam, Abu Bakr as-Siddiq, exemplified the rules of conduct jus in bello when he exhorted the military forces of Usama ibn Zayd with the following commandments when they were launching an expedition in the Levantine front. O people, stop, for I wish to communicate to you 10 rules, so ensure that you memorize them from me. Do not be treacherous or stray from the right path. Do not engage in treachery or mutilate the bodies of the dead. Do not kill a young child, man of old age, or a woman. Do not bring forth any harm to the palm trees, whether by cutting them or burning them. Do not cut any tree that bears fruits. Do not slaughter any sheep, cow, or camel, except that which is for your consumption. You will come across groups of people who have devoted themselves to worship in monasteries. Such people should be left uninterrupted and allowed to partake to that which they have devoted themselves. After perusing this elaborate list of commandments, it will become readily apparent to any objective observer that Islam champions a stringent code of conduct in warfare, which military personnel are expected to observe during all times of military conduct. Notwithstanding, there is a need for balance when assessing the atrocities of the belligerents of any conflict. If confirmed, the wrongdoings of any fighters from the Palestinian side must never be used as a pretext to ignore far more glaring moral and legal wrongs that are being meted out against the Palestinian people en masse, such as ethnic cleansing, apartheid policies, and currently a full-blown genocide in the Gaza Strip via a relentless wave of indiscriminate aerial bombardment. Zionist propaganda outlets do not enjoy the right to exploit the events of October 7th as a pretext to justify even greater and monstrous wrongs being committed against the Palestinian people in the present moment. It is unfortunate to find that such arguments are being recycled on an hourly basis in all mainstream media channels. Such claims enjoy much currency due to their use of the deceptive premise that the history of the struggle began only on October 7th. This viewpoint is seriously misguided and is informed by a skewed prism that fails to consider the roots of this crisis. This book sidesteps the problems in both extreme tendencies by adopting a balanced position. It does not justify or condone the killing of any non-combatants, regardless of their nationality or setting in the time of the hostilities. It thus aims to explain the events of October 7th with this underlying assumption in mind. Nor does it fall into the ahistorical fallacy of assuming that the current military engagement is simply a product of recent temporal factors. Instead, it offers essential counterpoints to these common talking points and critical corrections to the skewed dominant discourse. To repeat the same grave error of disregarding yet another and even more sophisticated round of ethnic cleansing and genocide in the 21st century. This time, the target is Gaza, an enclave which has already been forced to endure waves of oppression and violence for more than 7 decades at the hands of the criminal Israeli state. In such a hostile and aggressive pro-Israel environment, any voices of support for the Palestinian cause and condemnations of the Gazan genocide are being rapidly drowned out. In the post-World War II framework, the international community firmly issued the promise of never again, yet it is now repeating the same moral crime of exterminating an entire national group with unequivocal genocidal intent. The Palestinians in Gaza are being mercilessly slaughtered by the modern Israeli military machine, which enjoys full backing from the United States, France, the United Kingdom, and Canada, all of whom are notorious colonial regimes in their own right. As a result of the convergence of this murderous coalition of the willing, the death toll is rapidly rising every hour. With impunity, the international community is allowing Israel to cross every red line by subjecting the Palestinian people to an unforeseen degree of collective punishment and ethnic cleansing, with the bloodshed expected to have severe repercussions for generations to come. The Israeli onslaught continues to persist unabated, with every call for a ceasefire dismissed by the criminal backers and funders of the Zionist war machine. Perhaps one of the key reasons why a ceasefire resolution has not been passed yet is that the leading Western powers remain committed to an ethnocentric conception of the world, whereby Muslims are deemed to be an inferior race, if not outright subhuman. It is essential to be frank here. If 14,000 Caucasian individuals were killed in just 7 short weeks, the implementation of an immediate humanitarian ceasefire would have never been a matter of debate. In fact, had the Gazan population consisted of blue-eyed Europeans, the international community would have likely activated the mechanism of humanitarian intervention and sent their forces to save the oppressed population from their attackers. However, for the Arab and Muslim Palestinians, only the unacceptably short and morally obscure notion of a humanitarian pause is viewed by Western politicians to be an acceptable proposition. Such short pauses have only been permitted for nefarious political purposes that solely serve the interest of Israel, since, given their vague legal status, humanitarian pauses can too easily be abused for unsavory political ends while upholding a facade of compassion. In Gaza, there is reason to fear that the agreed humanitarian windows will lead to further forced displacement at gunpoint. Western countries are not only siding with Israel on the public policy front, but they are also supporting it on the propaganda front as well. It is most disturbing to find the same Orientalist rhetoric which latently demonized Arabs and presented them as an inferior race has resurfaced in the mainstream news channels of Western countries, with the clear target being the besieged Palestinians. The purpose of this dehumanization campaign is quite apparent, since it causes the killing of Palestinians to become a matter of little concern in the eyes of public audiences. For instance, just before imposing a complete siege on the Gaza Strip and barring the entry of food, water and fuel to the enclave, Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant said, "We are fighting human animals, and we are acting accordingly." One cannot fail to notice the nexus between the reference to human animals and implementing a complete blockade, whereby the former cause justifies the latter consequence. Even more shocking is that media channels across the globe related Gallant's inappropriate remarks verbatim without voicing any concern regarding the language used for a civilian population. Ras Segal, a world-renowned historian and scholar of genocide studies, states, "This is the type of language that facilitates the implementation of genocide. This dehumanizing language is clearly calculated to justify the wide-scale destruction of Palestinian lives. The assertion of evil in its absolutism elides distinctions between Hamas militants and Gazan civilians and occludes the broader context of colonization and occupation. In the last few weeks, Israel officials have consistently trot out the worst anti-Arab rhetoric we have seen since the period following 9/11. This racist rhetoric is intended to dehumanize the Palestinians in order to neutralize public outrage at what may amount to the worst ethnic cleansing since the 1948 Nakba, and furthermore constitutes a genocide at the hands of one of the most advanced militaries in the world, all while world powers watch and do nothing. As the killing spree continues, Western media outlets have intensified and accelerated their anti-Palestinian propaganda campaign by publishing offensive and racist cartoons that mirror the malicious pogrom-enabling techniques employed by the Nazis. Instead of expressing alarm with the terms used to describe civilians, Western media channels are merely reciting these assertions as if they are established facts. As such, they provide Israeli authorities carte blanche to freely blur the lines between Palestinian combatants and civilians, and thereby open the door to collective punishment. Starving and bombarding a population of 2 million people because there are militants among them is a violation of every moral principle and legal precept. Simply put, no international law permits Israel or any other country to carry out genocide against a whole people because there are terrorists located among them. Collective punishment inflicted against an entire people for offences they did not personally commit constitutes a war crime under the Fourth Geneva Convention. Nevertheless, within the current unjust world order, Israel has been given the green light to do both with total impunity. Israeli officials have openly made indications of genocidal intent in their public addresses. Examples include Likud party politician and Member of Parliament Moshe Sada, who said that there should be no more surgical operations, humanitarian corridors and door-knocking operations, as well as an unnamed Israeli official's chilling assertion that Gaza will eventually turn into a city of tents. The Western world and its respective media outlets have been able to obscure the true nature of this crisis by labeling it as the Israel-Hamas conflict or the Israel-Palestinian war. Such labels are gross misnomers since they suggest a relative power parity between the two belligerents. However, in reality, the disparity between the two sides in terms of their objective powers and capabilities could not be any more pronounced, since the current political state of affairs is that of an occupying force and an occupied strip of land that lacks any statehood and the right to self-determination. Given that this has been the status quo for the last 70 years, Israel is entitled to act as a superior aggressor and enjoy the license to encroach on Palestinian territories and resources however they wish. In both geographical and ideational terms, the very concept of Palestine as a country and world observer has been oppressed and subject to erasure by the Zionist entity. Moreover, while it is fashionable nowadays to speak of a victim's agency, Norman Finkelstein reminds us, one must be realistic about the constraints imposed on such agency by objective circumstance. Gaza could only exercise as much, that is, as little, agency as is allocated to any people held in bondage. Shackled and bound as a prisoner by the Israeli guard, Gaza has been struggling to remain afloat and maintain the least dignified standard of living imaginable. For this reason, every few years, it is given a severe shake-up by the Israeli war machine that causes it to drown in a bloodbath of demolition. There can be no doubt that 2023 has marked a new low in the Palestinian plight and highlights the urgency of allowing them to be liberated from the Israeli occupation once and for all. It is most unfortunate and heartbreaking to find that the asymmetrical mode of warfare and indiscriminate attacks on the Gazan landscape has led to an incredible and profoundly saddening loss of life in the Palestinian territories. According to the United Nations International Children's Emergency Fund, 2/3 of the people killed in this conflict have been women and children. This translates to approximately 420 children killed or injured daily. More than 3,200 children were killed in the short span of just 3 weeks. This grand figure is more than the number of children killed in armed conflict globally, across more than 20 countries, over a whole year for the last 3 years. The situation has already become so bleak that James Elder, the official spokesperson for the United Nations Children's Fund, said by the end of October, Gaza has become a graveyard for thousands of children. It's a living hell for everyone else. With so many children being exclusively killed on one side of the border, it is evident that such an upshot cannot stem from an equal-sided conflict or war. Undoubtedly, a tremendous toll has been exacted on our fellow brothers and sisters living in Gaza and the West Bank. This upshot undoubtedly reveals the moral bankruptcy of the so-called civilized Western world. To add insult to injury, and in yet another dimension of asymmetry, mainstream commentators in the West have sought to impose a dominant narrative via media outlets and channels that is purely in favor of the belligerent Israeli forces. Such actors have squarely leveled the blame on the Palestinian side by imparting the impression that the antecedents of the military struggle waged on October 7th are recent and merely transient. The cruel and ironic twist is that the silence on the Palestinian crisis in political circles is deafening. It appears to be the case that the more the Palestinians are being killed and murdered in cold blood, the further the West delights in glee and nods in approval to the Israeli onslaught. Any peaceful protest or demonstration led against the genocidal Israeli assault, which has been codenamed Operation Iron Swords, is condemned as a call for extremism and violence, with many organizers or protesters facing harassment and even reprisals at the workplace. Nothing could be further from the truth. In the Quran, God reminds his believing servants that this is the trademark of the hypocrites and wrongdoers who condemn the callers to good by psychologically manipulating them through a deceptive response. When they are told, "Do not spread corruption in the land," they reply, "We are only peacemakers." Despite facing such risks in the public sphere and workplace arena, citizens of the world cannot remain on the sidelines and be indifferent to the dark tragedy that is currently unfolding. While the official government announcements and media channels provide a facade of hardline support for the Zionist entity, beneath the surface, a counter-movement is arising due to a dramatic shift in public opinion that is sympathetic, but not necessarily supportive, to the Palestinian cause. This turning tide of public opinion must be effectively harnessed to generate peaceful resistance from below and create appropriate ripple effects in all strata of society. Muslims must be the forerunners in the pro-Palestinian grassroots and bottom-up movements since, in the absence of their presence, the Palestinian issue will be merely seen through a secular perspective which is marred by imperfect human subjectivities. Ultimately, this causes it to be bereft of spiritual values or religious fulfillment. Such a mentality is dangerous, since the world humans currently inhabit is not an amoral accident or a godless plane that is merely governed by the Machiavellian values of the effectual truth and might means right. Instead, the cosmos is governed by the universal ethical values set by Allah, who is the fashioner of the universe, and ipso facto the entirety of humankind, and, as such, the sole being worthy of worship and obedience. In order to govern the affairs of humankind, Allah prescribed for His servants the final and decisive religion of Islam, whose parameters are defined by His divine word known as the Quran, which is an inimitable text, and the Sunnah of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who is the last messenger sent to the planet. Throughout his life, the Prophet strove and exerted his best efforts to establish and nurture a community of believers, culminating in Islam's spread and establishment throughout the Arabian Peninsula. After his death, the Islamic core was spread by his faithful followers, known as the Companions, which caused it to become a universal message in a short span of years. Islam has now spread in every corner of the world, with its message appealing to Westerners and Easterners alike. It also happens to be the dominant faith of Palestine, which explains why its people can bear the trials and dangers that engulf them daily. That resilience and serenity in their hearts is not a spontaneous manifestation, but a deeply embedded faculty that Allah the Almighty imputed to them. Any person who wishes to find this sense of peacefulness and comfort should submit to the divine truth and follow his last prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Within the depths of their spiritual self, every human being realizes the folly of their nihilistic and hedonistic impulses and strives to fulfill the true purpose of their existence in this temporal world, which is none other than finding and recognizing the Divine One. Suppose a person wishes to attain security and salvation in this world and the hereafter. In that case, they must ensure that they submit to the religion of Islam and abide by the ordinances of these two divine sources. Without this religious compass, people cannot orient themselves in the current worldly setting and devise morally consistent solutions for the social, political, and economic problems that currently plague the world. The current Palestinian crisis is no exception to this rule. It must be diagnosed and solved through a religious cum ethical framework. Palestine can only be liberated with an Islamically oriented lens. By submitting to the Creator, one will be able to attain the spiritual fulfillment, mental clarity, and endurance needed to free the Holy Land from the shackles of the oppressors. If humankind wishes to improve its conditions on earth, it must heed the call of the truth and submit to His ordinances. Several theological and ethical features in Islamic thought make it worthy of assuming leadership in the Palestine liberation movement. First and foremost, for the Muslim Ummah, standing for justice and the truth is a moral imperative that can never be compromised, even if secular cost-benefit analysis results say otherwise. Internalizing the truth and standing up for it is given the highest value in the Islamic ethos. In one pivotal verse of the Quran, Allah states, "O believers, stand firm for Allah and bear true testimony. Do not let the hatred of a people lead you to injustice. Be just, that is closer to righteousness. And be mindful of Allah. Surely Allah is all aware of what you do." In another verse, He he states, "Indeed, Allah commands justice, grace, as well as generosity to close relatives. He forbids indecency, wickedness, and aggression. He instructs you, so perhaps you will be mindful." Secondly, a fundamental concept entrenched in Islamic value theory is commanding the good and forbidding the evil. In the majestic Quran, Allah has stressed the importance of this concept in the following verse: "You are the best community ever raised for humanity. You encourage good, forbid evil, and believe in Allah." In addition, the Muslim nation functions and operates as one holistic unit, whereby it cares for every single one of its communities and groups. This notion of brotherhood transcends the lines of ethnicity, nationality, and cultural markers, and is instead grounded on the metaphysical truth that the universe is the creation of Allah and solely under His ownership. This theological tenet of Islam is powerful in the social plane, since it indicates that the authority of humans on this earth is always contingent and conditional. No ethnic group or nationality can claim superiority over another and assert the right to rule over another community. The metaphor of the Ummah constituting a single body has been used in the prophetic discourse to foster a sense of group feeling and solidarity. For it has been authentically reported that the Prophet ﷺ said, "The example of the believers in their love, mercy, and empathy for one another is like that of a body. If one limb is engulfed in pain, the rest of the body is affected with both fever and insomnia." However, Islam is an emancipatory universal religion because it adopts a broader conception of brotherhood. Through this latter prism, a Muslim can and should consider every person in this world as a brother in humanity entitled to one's care and empathy. In a beautiful and powerful hadith, the Prophet ﷺ addressed the companion Yazid ibn Asad by stating, "O Yazid ibn Asad, love for humanity what you love for yourself." For this reason, Muslims are committed to the emancipation of the entire Palestinian population, regardless of whether they are Muslims, Christians, or Jews. The Islamic faith is instrumental in any liberation movement devoted to the Palestine cause, since it provides the spiritual spark or impetus to take decisive action. This is because, in the Islamic tradition, Palestine is considered a land of utmost value and importance. First and foremost, within it is the blessed city of Jerusalem, in which the third most sacred masjid in the Muslim world is found, namely the Al-Aqsa Mosque. During the early and formative years of Islam, it served as the direction of prayer. The grounds of this sacred mosque comprise the first monumental stage of the sacred night journey of the Prophet ﷺ, a miraculous event known as Al-Isra wal-Mi'raj. This momentous event is highlighted in the first verse of Surah Al-Isra, which states, "Glory be to the one who took his servant, the Prophet Muhammad, by night from the sacred mosque to the farthest mosque whose surroundings we have blessed, so that we may show him some of our signs. Indeed, he alone is the all-hearing, all-seeing." Secondly, Palestine comprises a noteworthy portion of the geographical region known as Bilad al-Sham, and is considered noteworthy in the Islamic tradition. In one tradition, it is reported that the Prophet witnessed the following vision: "When tribulations arise, true faith will certainly be located in Ash-Sham." Because it was praised by the Prophet himself in Islamic theology, the land of Ash-Sham enjoys an exalted status and is revered by all Muslims, and it must never be left at the mercy of the oppressors. At the present moment, among all the territories that fall under this domain, Palestine is the one that requires the greatest assistance and support. Hence, Muslims of all nationalities and ethnicities have rallied in support of the Palestinians in every corner of the globe. At the same time, however, it is important to note that while it is a Muslim-led movement, the Palestinian issue is a global cause which can and should incorporate other moral and political allies as well. In an influential article outlining the moral and religious elements of the Palestinian struggle, Umar Suleiman and Uwaymir Anjum state that Palestine is an especially Islamic issue does not mean it is exclusively so. The target population is overwhelmingly Muslim, but not exclusively so. Israel also targets Palestinian Christians, depriving them of their basic human and religious rights, and its racist elite even discriminate against non-white Jews. They also share several other crucial observations which make it evident that the current crisis cannot be labelled as simply a dispute between Muslims and Jews. For one thing, many of the strongest supporters of the Zionist movement are evangelical Christians based in the United States and other Western countries. Secondly, many of the strongest supporters of the Palestinian liberation movement are from a Jewish background, such as the following academics and researchers: Norman Finkelstein, Ilan Pape, Noam Chomsky, and Gabor Mate. Thirdly, they note that it is a paradox to find that many Muslim states and institutions have abandoned the Palestinian cause and have instead sought to sell their brothers and sisters in faith in order to make a meager profit in this world. It is unfortunate to find that this problem has dramatically increased in recent years due to the political normalization treaties between Israel and several Gulf Arab states. Such agreements constitute an abandonment of the Palestinian people, as Suleiman and Anjum note. The leaders of Arab Muslim states have routinely betrayed their Islamic duty to help their brethren and protect one of the three holiest shrines of Islam, not to mention the Palestinians' Islamic rights, for the sake of their own personal, political, and economic gain. Despite the presence of these setbacks on the political front, at the personal and spiritual level, there is a deep affinity between Muslims and Palestine due to the latter's eminent standing in religious texts. For members of the Islamic faith, there is thus a religious impetus to liberate Palestine from its oppressors, a crucial element that is lacking in secular political movements. For this reason, the Islamic ethos constitutes the solitary pathway to saving Palestine from its oppressors. Section 2. Key positive arguments for the Palestinian cause. This section consists of the primary theoretical matter of the book. It provides several well-fleshed and logically structured points that demonstrate the primacy of the Palestinian cause and why the Israeli occupation must be dismantled immediately. In terms of positive arguments, this paper advances 8 key postulations in order to provide an accurate account of the crisis in Palestine, which in turn demonstrates that the Palestinians are an oppressed people who have been deprived of their right to self-determination for numerous decades. In summary, these 8 arguments, which will be explored in further length in the following section, consist of the following propositions. 1. The Palestine conflict did not begin on 7th October 2023. The fact of the matter is that Israel has been illegally occupying Palestinian lands for almost 7 decades, partaking in a brutal repertoire of ethnic cleansing, implementing a full-blown apartheid system, and arbitrarily killing and imprisoning Palestinians, many of whom are children, for several decades. 2. Between 2021 and 2023, for the occurrence of the current crisis, over 130 children were murdered by Israeli forces in the West Bank, which Hamas does not rule. In addition, during the same time frame, hundreds of children have been arbitrarily detained by the same occupying power. Despite these gross violations, the international community failed to voice its disapproval or alarm over the flagrant abuses against the Arab population. 3. The Gaza Strip has been an open-air prison ever since 2005, which marked the year when the Sharon government imposed a complete land and maritime blockade on the enclave, thereby barring it from political and economic autonomy. In light of this abysmal status quo, it is no surprise to find that scholars and academics conclude that the Palestinians living in the Gaza Strip are forced to endure harsh and degrading conditions. 4. While it is true that Hamas and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad are classified as blacklisted groups in some Western registers, There are other extant factions in the Gaza Strip and West Bank which can and do exercise their legal right to resist the current occupation. The legal right to resist occupation is well entrenched and recognized in international law. 5. Because Israel is an occupying force, any form of violence and force that it metes out against the rightful inhabitants of the Palestinian territories is unjustified and illegal. This is contrary to the widespread yet fallacious claim of many Western commentators that Israel's response is proportionate and justified. Moreover, this latter viewpoint is further nullified by the fact that the recent flare-up against Israel was a byproduct of its oppressive policies, which have been enumerated in the earlier points. 6. Ever since its establishment, Israel has been the most flagrant and consistent violator of international humanitarian conventions and United Nations resolutions, especially concerning the obligation of ensuring the safety of civilians. As such, its assertion that the crimes and wrongdoings it commits on the Gazan front should be read as accidents and acts of collateral damage is, in reality, a lie. 7. Through the statements of several of its politicians and high-ranking officials, Israel has demonstrated that it holds the intention of instituting a full-scale genocide against the Palestinian people, which, according to many observers, is imminent or in effect. 8. Israel is exploiting the events of October 7th as a pretext to expel the Palestinian population from Gaza and achieve the irredentist dream of creating Eretz Yisrael Hashlema, literally, the complete land of Israel. 2.1. The dark roots of the Israeli state, the original Nakba, and the imposition of apartheid. The first argument stresses the need to uncover and appreciate the Palestinian crisis's historical and structural drivers. An accurate and impartial person never allows their thought processes to be shaped merely by the present moment. Instead, they undertake the level of research and inquiry needed to determine the root causes and antecedents of the current problem. Simply put, the analytical starting point must not be October the 7th, but rather the conditions that caused the resistance to arrange this operation in the first place. Likewise, a person who assesses the historical trajectory of the Palestinian crisis will conclude that depicting the present crisis as a war between two states is an egregious error. It is a mistake to label the hostilities between Western-backed Israel and the Palestinian resistance as a conflict, since such a designation would suggest that there is a relative power symmetry between the two sides. This is an asymmetrical and unequal dichotomy of the oppressor and oppressed and the occupier and the occupied. For more than 7 decades, Israel has consistently transgressed the rights of the Palestinian people by encroaching on their territories through illegal settlements, instituting discriminatory laws, and indiscriminately killing members of the indigenous population. Several neutral non-governmental organizations have sufficiently investigated and corroborated these claims mentioned above. For instance, in 2021, Human Rights Watch published a detailed 200-page report entitled "A Threshold Crossed: Israeli Authorities and the Crimes of Apartheid and Persecution." This paper meticulously outlined the range of atrocities and discriminatory practices that the Israeli state metes out against Palestinians on a day-to-day basis, thereby frustrating the political, social, and economic ambitions of the latter. The critical analytical observation of the report is encapsulated in the following passage. About 6.8 million Jewish Israelis and 6.8 million Palestinians live today between the Mediterranean Sea and the Jordan River, an area encompassing Israel and the occupied Palestinian territory, the latter made up of the West Bank, including East Jerusalem and the Gaza Strip. Throughout most of this area, Israel is the sole governing power. In the remainder, it exercises primary authority alongside limited Palestinian self-rule. Across these areas and in most aspects of life, Israeli authorities methodically privilege Jewish Israelis and discriminate against Palestinians. Laws, policies, and statements by leading Israeli officials make plain that the objective of maintaining Jewish Israeli control over demographics, political power, and land has long guided government policy. In pursuit of this goal, authorities have dispossessed, confined, forcibly separated, and subjugated Palestinians by virtue of their identity to varying degrees of intensity. In certain areas, as described in this report, these deprivations are so severe that they amount to the crimes against humanity of apartheid and persecution. This all ultimately begs the following question. How was it possible for this region to plunge into such a world of oppression and full-blown apartheid? The only way this question can be answered is to assess the roots of Israel's genesis effectively. In essence, there were two crucial variables which paved the way for Israel's formation as an apartheid state. The first was Great Britain's capitulation to the bidding of the World Zionist Organization and other politically oriented Jewish bodies that sought the establishment of a state for the Jewish people in particular. More specifically, the catalyst which facilitated the birth of Israel was the Balfour Declaration of 1917, which promised a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. However, what is most shocking about this assurance is that the indigenous people of Palestine were never consulted about the plan and did not consent to having any portion of their land expropriated. The eponymous issuer of the declaration, Foreign Secretary Lord Arthur James Balfour, was well aware of the majority Arab presence in the region, yet this did not prevent him from ignoring their interests or views with prejudice. In Palestine, we do not propose even to go through the form of consulting the wishes of the present inhabitants of the country. Zionism, be it right or wrong, is more important than the wishes of 700,000 Arabs. To curtail any potential backlash and to display a neutral aura, Balfour added the caveat that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine. However, this latter provision would prove to be nothing but an empty promise, for the Balfour Declaration emboldened the Zionist movement to encourage the migration of Jews from all parts of Europe to settlements in mandatory Palestine. This latter move would disturb the peace of the region, as the demographic nature of the region was being artificially upset by external actors who conspired with the Zionists to enforce a one-sided partition deal. This point was eloquently expressed by Israeli historian Ilan Pappé, who noted that the declaration erased Palestinians as a national movement and reduced them to the category of a non-Jewish group that should be tolerated by the Zionist newcomers. Zionism, on the other hand, was treated as a proper and modern national movement. The second pivotal factor was the use of political violence on the part of Zionist militias to expel the indigenous Arab population from their native land, which ultimately reached its most intense threshold in 1948. Once again, this did not occur in a vacuum, for this process was also facilitated by the British colonial menace. During their occupation of mandatory Palestine from 1918 to 1948, the British rulers exerted their best efforts to weaken the military and political strength of the beleaguered Arab population while ignoring the terrorism meted out by Zionist gangs. The turning point could be found in 1937, when the British Army brutally suppressed the Arab revolt led by the Arab Higher Committee. In the aftermath of this failed popular struggle, the British exiled the Palestinian leadership and Palestinian military units were forced to disband. However, the pivotal defining moment that marked the violent dispossession of the Palestinian people is none other than the Nakba, an event so dark and sinister in the history of the region that it cannot even be uttered in Israel. In the Arabic language, the word Nakba refers to a great catastrophe and disaster, and in conventional terms, it is used concerning the 1948 destruction of Palestinian societies and villages at the hands of the Jewish settlers. During this cataclysmic event, more than 400 villages and towns were razed to the ground, and numerous wells were contaminated with poison to ensure Palestinians would be deterred indefinitely from returning. Notable atrocities that were committed by Jewish militias, such as the Irgun and Lehi paramilitary groups, that could be mentioned in this regard include the Deir Yassin, the Ad-Dawaima, and the Ain al-Zaytun massacres. As a result of these violent incursions, more than 700,000 Palestinians were permanently deprived of their homes, territorial holdings, and other possessions, a negative upshot that ultimately robs them of the right to return. What is most shocking and outrageous is that it was orchestrated and organized by the highest echelons of the nascent Israeli apparatus, which included the first Israeli president, David Ben-Gurion. On the 1st of January 1948, Ben-Gurion revealed how the establishment of the Israeli state was acutely linked with the dispossession and expulsion of the indigenous Arab population. There is a need now for strong and brutal reaction. We need to be accurate about timing, place, and those we hit. If we accuse a family, we need to harm them without mercy, women and children included. Otherwise, this is not an effective reaction. There is no need to distinguish between guilty and not guilty. Several variables motivated Ben-Gurion and his colleagues to adopt such a modus operandi. Pape notes that there was a confluence of local and regional factors that incentivized the use of violence as a means to increase the landmass of the prospective Israeli state. Ben-Gurion's shift at this point to systematic operations of takeover, occupation, and expulsion had much to do with his keen understanding of the fluctuations in the global mood. Moreover, the sense that an opportune moment for action towards cleansing the country was developing was reinforced by the fact that the Zionist leadership knew how weak the Palestinian and Arab military opposition was. Until today, these expelled Palestinians and their descendants have received no apology for their displacement, let alone any compensation. To further aggravate the matter, in its later years, Israel has led additional dispossession campaigns against the Palestinian people. For example, in their authoritative joint work entitled Divided Environments, an International Political Ecology of Climate Change, Water and Security, authors Jan Selby, Gabrielle Daust, and Clemens Hoffman state the following. There were around 751,000 Palestinians displaced during the war of 1948 to 1949, a full 88% of the Palestinian population of what would henceforth become Israel. Several 100,000 more were displaced in 1967, and there are over 5 million Palestinians who decades later still have refugee status. These alarming statistics show that the Nakba was not a single episode event in 1948. Instead, it is an ongoing process that is worsening over time. For this reason, many academics stress that the Nakba should not be perceived merely as a distant historical event. Instead, it is a rapidly accelerating expropriation process that aims to achieve the total expulsion of the Palestinian people from their homeland. Pape also adopts this view and states, the Palestinians refer to their current situation quite often as an-Nakba al-Mustamirra, the ongoing Nakba. The original Nakba or catastrophe occurred in 1948 when Israel ethnically cleansed half of the Palestinian population and demolished half of their villages and most of their towns. The world ignored that crime and absolved Israel from any responsibility. Since then, the settler colonial state of Israel has attempted to complete the ethnic cleansing of 1948. By the 2010s, the situation had become so dire that Yair Golan, the former deputy chief of staff in the Israeli Defense Forces, likened the violent settler incursions in the Palestinian West Bank with the brutal acts of expropriation and dispossession that Nazi Germany committed against its Jewish population in the early 1930s. In a chilling remark, Golan warned his Israeli counterparts by stating, "If there is one thing that frightens me about the memory of the Holocaust, it is identifying the revolting trends that occurred in Europe as a whole, and in Germany in particular some 70, 80 and 90 years ago, and finding evidence of those trends here among us in 2016. Golan was troubled by the sight of the settler presence, checkpoints, roadblocks and walls that were encroaching on the lands of the Palestinians and reducing their living spaces. When former South African Archbishop Desmond Tutu visited the West Bank and East Jerusalem, he was shocked by the undeniable similarities between the Israeli occupation and the apartheid system of rule he had experienced in his native land of South Africa. In an article published in 2014, he said, "I know firsthand that Israel has created an apartheid reality within its borders and through its occupation. The parallels to my own beloved South Africa are painfully stark indeed." To further illustrate the gravity and moral repercussions of the Israeli oppression against the occupied territories, one could provide a thought experiment that is closer to home and opens the door to a reaction grounded on empathy. Imagine that France invaded Great Britain in a bloody campaign that led to the indiscriminate murder of thousands of Britons. Furthermore, assume that as a grand policy of colonization in the capital, France opted to expel more than 700,000 Britons from the city of London. In order to maximize the oppression against the indigenous inhabitants, the French state then legislates a blanket system of apartheid and reduces the status of Britons to second-class citizens. Through these brutal and decade-long measures, it would be understandable if the Britons took up arms and rose in resistance against their occupiers. Quite intuitively, all actors in the international community would find the French occupation of London to be unjust and would support the cause of the oppressed indigenous population. Considering this thought experiment, one could argue that in analogous terms, the Palestinian resistance is also justified and deserves the full backing of the international community. There is no essential difference between the British response in the hypothetical case cited here and the real-life example of the Palestinians, who have had to bear a consistent front of material and symbolic damage to their properties and religious identity, respectively. Through this thought experiment, one can appreciate the fact of why the whole Palestine-Israel issue must be radically reframed. It aptly demonstrates that the entire premise that Israel is defending itself, a notion which will be further deconstructed in the next section, is an absurd proposition and has no logical grounding. After all, in objective terms, as a nuclear power with an arsenal of lethal weapons, it enjoys hegemony in the region and can freely stunt the aspirations of the Palestinian people however it pleases. An occupying force is already in an illegal and offensive position that removes it from any legal backing. As Muhammad Hijab, co-founder and senior lecturer at Sapiens Institute, put it during his discussion with the popular broadcaster and journalist Piers Morgan, the notion that Israel is defending itself is as absurd as the notion that the rapist is defending itself from the victim. Several ideologues and Western liberals argue that the charges of apartheid and ethnic cleansing levelled against Israelis are only recent ideological inventions that were created with the sole aim of hurting the country's public image. Nothing could be further from the truth. In reality, neutral actors have raised these concerns for numerous years. To demonstrate this point, one may consider the findings of the former United Nations Special Rapporteur Richard A. Falk. In a special report presented before the United Nations General Assembly in 2010, Falk said, "It is the opinion of the current Special Rapporteur that the nature of the occupation as of 2010 substantiates earlier allegations of colonialism and apartheid in evidence and law to a greater extent than was the case even 3 years ago. The entrenching of colonialist and apartheid features of the Israeli occupation has been a cumulative process. The longer it continues, the more difficult it is to overcome, and the more serious is the abridgment of fundamental Palestinian rights." Thus, early warnings concerning the dangerous practices of the Israeli regime had been raised many years prior. Unfortunately, such advance notices were ignored by the international community, with Israel ultimately being given carte blanche to accelerate further its expropriation of Palestinian districts and neighborhoods in the West Bank. This sentiment was echoed by the prominent legal scholars John Dugard and John Reynolds, who stated the following in 2013. Overall, more than 40% of the landmass of the West Bank has now been appropriated to make way for Israeli settlement infrastructure and is entirely closed to Palestinian use. The fact that almost half of the West Bank had been seized more than 13 years ago is shocking and illustrates how rapidly the apartheid regime was operating. As Dugard and Reynolds note, the situation 1 decade ago had become so dire that some representative words of condemnation were issued against Israel. In March 2012, the UN Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination took the unprecedented step of censoring Israel under the rubric of apartheid and segregation as prohibited by Article 3 of the International Convention for the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination. While significant, this measure could not enact any meaningful change as the system of apartheid had become a de facto reality. On the basis of the systemic and institutionalized nature of the racial domination that exists, there are indeed strong grounds to conclude that a system of apartheid has developed in the occupied Palestinian territory. Israeli practices in the occupied territory are not only reminiscent of, and, in some cases, worse than, apartheid as it existed in South Africa, but are in breach of the legal prohibition of apartheid. Thus, one can observe how even during the early 2010s, scholars and officials were not only using the term apartheid to describe Israel's treatment of the occupied Palestinian territories, but they were even suggesting that this regime's gross atrocities were even worse than the violations committed by South Africa in the 20th century. By the 2020s, the state of affairs would reach an all-new low, as the system of apartheid was entrenched as the official modus operandi of the regime and made even deeper incursions into the occupied territories. In its authoritative 2023 report entitled The State of the World's Human Rights, the well-respected non-governmental organization Amnesty International stated the following: in Israel and the occupied territories, 2022 saw the system of apartheid solidified. Successive Israeli governments rolled out measures forcing more Palestinians from their homes, expanding illegal settlements, and legalizing existing settlements and outposts across the occupied West Bank. Rather than demand an end to that system of oppression, many Western governments chose instead to attack those denouncing Israel's apartheid system. In another pertinent section assessing Israel's treatment of religious and ethnic minorities, the same annual report states, Israel maintained an extreme form of discrimination, a system of apartheid, through oppression and domination over Palestinians through territorial fragmentation, segregation and control, dispossession of land and property, and denial of economic and social rights. Israel committed a wide range of human rights violations against Palestinians to entrench this system, including forcible transfers, administrative detention, torture, unlawful killings, denial of basic rights and freedoms, and persecution, which constituted the crime against humanity of apartheid. Within the context of the discussion concerning the Israeli regime of apartheid, it is perhaps most shocking to find that some officials and Zionists gleefully acknowledge that their state is guilty of promulgating and implementing such policies. Statements of such a nature have been registered by Israeli politicians since the first Nakba, with several officials even insisting that their project of ethnic cleansing is yet to be fully realized at the desired level. A key example of such an admission is highlighted by the famous investigative journalist Antti Lowenstein, who highlights the following account in his book, The Palestine Laboratory. A rare moment of Israeli political honesty came in October 2021, when far-right Israeli parliamentarian Bezalel Smotrich, leader of the religious Zionist Party and ally of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, said in the Knesset to the Arab members, "You're only here by mistake, because Ben-Gurion didn't finish the job, didn't throw you out in 48. It was an acknowledgement that ethnic cleansing took place in 1948. The author notes how the senior Israeli military officer and state administrator, Yehoshua Verbin, admitted that his fellow soldiers and fighters committed horrendous war crimes against the indigenous Arab population during the 1948 War of Independence. Verbin acknowledged that ethnic cleansing of Arabs was a prevalent theme of the war by stating, "We expelled around 500,000 Arabs, we burnt homes, we looted their land. From their point of view, we didn't give it back, we took land." Lowenstein further demonstrates that ethnic cleansing has always been a sine qua non of the Israeli state since, without it, a state firmly based on Jewish roots could not be established. It is not a new point of view. In fact, it's been state ideology since 1948. Declassified documents from the Israel State Archives in 2021 reveal that attitudes toward the Palestinians have not changed much since the 1940s. It has been official policy, at least among some of the nation's senior military and political elites, to forcibly expel Arabs to neighboring countries for the entire period of the country's existence. The Israelis have always seen the Nakba as a progressive and linear process that ultimately culminates with the complete expulsion of Arabs from the Palestinian territories. This upshot would then allow the former to annex both the West Bank and Gaza Strip in toto without the slightest level of opposition. 2.2. Killing the most vulnerable. Israeli crimes against Palestinian children. Israeli crimes have a long pedigree and have been particularly pronounced against children living in the occupied Palestinian territories. With over 6,000 children killed in Gaza in the current 2023 conflict, it has become abundantly clear that the so-called strongest military of the world is only capable of killing the weakest and most vulnerable members of society. Defenders of the Israeli state often claim that this upshot is the unfortunate consequence of a war sparked by Hamas. In fact, during the last few years, the Israeli state and its forces have been guilty of killing scores of Palestinian children living in the West Bank, which the Palestinian Authority, not Hamas, rules. Between 2021 and 2023, over 130 Palestinian children were killed at the hands of Israeli forces and settlers. Reporting on the killing of children in the West Bank, Human Rights Watch wrote the following in 2023. Last year, 2022, was the deadliest year for Palestinian children in the West Bank in 15 years, and 2023 is on track to meet or exceed 2022 levels. Israeli forces had killed at least 34 Palestinian children in the West Bank as of August 22nd. Human Rights Watch investigated 4 fatal shootings of Palestinian children by Israeli forces between November 2022 and March 2023. However, another fact that demonstrates the false narrative of self-defense is the fact that most of these crimes have occurred in the West Bank, which is governed semi-autonomously by the Palestinian Authority, not Hamas. Writing in 2022, the United Nations Officer for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs verified that in 2022, at least 36 Palestinian children had been killed in the West Bank. In fact, in 2021 alone, the Defense for Children International confirmed that 86 Palestinian children were killed in the occupied Palestinian territories. To further add insult to injury, during the short 2-year time span of 2021 to 2023, numerous Palestinian children have also been subject to arbitrary arrest and detention by the Israeli police and other oppressive state bodies. This range of facts is significant, since they demonstrate the gravity of Israeli crimes during a concise time frame. Moreover, what makes these facts doubly significant is that they occurred prior to the war of October 2023, which completely nullifies the Israeli claim that it orchestrates or backs such attacks due to the principle of self-defense. It is a tragedy to find that despite the constant force and brutality meted out against these children, there has been virtually no outrage from any notable actor within the international community. Such blatant disregard for the constant stream of violations evidences the problem of selective outage, where, for some unexplained reason, the life of a Palestinian child is worth less than that of an Israeli child. Palestinian children who are imprisoned and deprived of their habeas corpus rights are, in essence, hostages. Nevertheless, no national or observatory actor has observed the bare minimum moral duty of condemning these gross human rights violations. It is as if every wrong or crime committed before October 7th was non-existent in the eyes of mainstream media. All the leading political powers and groups of the world are culpable for deliberately veiling these human rights violations for numerous years. It is then quite shocking to find that only in October 2023 did they find the collective impetus to speak against the Palestinians, who were essentially at their wits' end. The double standards and ideological biases cannot be glaring and apparent anymore. It would be a manifest error to presume that these atrocities against children are only a recent phenomenon. They represent a hallmark of the occupying regime which fails to recognize the rights of Palestinian civilians en masse. Many authoritative international legal bodies and non-governmental organizations are concerned with the list of rights violations that Israel continuously commits in its treatment of Palestinian children. Bill van Esveld, who presides as Human Rights Watch's Associate Children's Rights Director, issued a moving statement in this regard. In 2021, Van Esveld issued the following warning to international actors and observers. Israeli forces are gunning down Palestinian children living under occupation with increasing frequency. Unless Israel's allies, particularly the United States, pressure Israel to change course, more Palestinian children will be killed. While the rate of violence meted out against Palestinian children in both the West Bank and the rest of the occupied territories has been increasing at an alarmingly astronomical rate, the international community has remained dormant. It serves as the political doormat of Israel, which allows Jewish soldiers and the Israeli armed forces to kill however and whenever they wish. Even many years back, neutral political observers had warned that if the international community failed to take decisive action, the living conditions for Palestinian children living in the occupied territories would deteriorate dramatically. In this regard, one may consider the ominous warning of forced migration and displaced youth researchers Claudia Lofort and Jason Hart, who wrote the following in 2010. The failure to protect Palestinian children over many years raises questions about the integrity of organizations that proclaim the principles of human and child rights and the primacy of children's protection over national interests. It invests their energies in activities that appear largely ameliorative in nature, intended to increase the capacity of Palestinian children and their families to cope better and longer with Israeli violations. This is clearly far less than Palestinians would expect, and the patience of many that we interviewed has long since worn thin. Considering these facts above and personal accounts, it becomes abundantly clear that the tragic killing of Palestinian children in Gaza is not a one-off incident that simply constitutes a response to Hamas's actions. Instead, it is the natural and years-long extension of the brutal Zionist killing machine's lack of mercy for all the occupied Palestinian territories, which include the West Bank and East Jerusalem. Within the context of the 2023 offensive, the state on the ground has reached a breaking point, with children being deprived of their basic scholastic and medical needs owing to Israel's destruction of schools and hospitals in the Gaza Strip. Because of the constant heavy shelling in civilian areas, Gazan children are either being killed or becoming orphans. Every child that miraculously survives this present ordeal will face many psychological problems in the future, with the degree of mental harm rapidly increasing with every passing day. Once this dark war ends, there will be numerous thousands of Palestinian children who will require extensive assistance for their medical and livelihood needs. Considering the international community's abysmal track record, it is unlikely that these children will receive the care and need they deserve. 2.3. The world's largest open-air prison. Imagine living in an isolated enclave where your people's consumption and industrial needs are severely hindered by an occupying force, whereby the flow of imported foodstuffs, basic manufacturing materials, and even medical supplies is constricted. Anyone who is situated in such an environment would likely describe themselves as living in a quasi-prison environment, with their engulfing occupier assuming the status of a merciless warden or prison guard. You are correct if you guessed that this thought experiment was describing the decades-long reality of Gaza. The third key argument of this work is that ever since 2006, Gaza has been an open-air prison and has been deprived of the ability to regulate the affairs of the densely populated enclave in an autonomous fashion. The use of the phrase open-air prison has been readily employed as a fitting descriptor by several academics and scholars to describe the state of Gaza. Almost 20 years ago, Baruch Kimmerling, an academic and professor in the sociology department of Hebrew University, described Gaza as the world's largest concentration camp ever to exist. Indeed, Dugard and Reynolds argue that the conception of Gaza being an open-air prison has been the predominant view ever since Israel withdrew from the enclave 18 years ago. Since the removal of Jewish settlers in 2005, Gaza effectively amounts to a besieged Palestinian ghetto, with the open-air prison analogy repeatedly invoked. Whether the open-air prison analogy is accurate enough to describe the brutality and force meted against the Palestinians is still a matter of contention. According to Jean-Pierre Filou, a well-respected professor of political science at the Paris School of International Affairs, the simile of a prison falls quite short. In a seminal analytical article entitled The 12 Wars on Gaza, Filou demonstrated that the living standards of Palestinians residing in Gaza was so bleak and inhumane that an even more extreme mode of conceptualization is necessary. As he puts it, meanwhile, according to a document leaked to Haaretz in October 2012, Israeli decision-makers had fixed the average daily intake for the population of Gaza at 2,279 calories per person, and were allowing supply trucks into the strip on that basis. The fact that Israel could feel empowered to decide how much a Palestinian could eat on a daily basis shows how perverse and degrading the post-2005 occupation of the Gaza Strip had become. The description of Gaza as an open-air prison was actually far from the mark since, in any jailhouse, detainees are not supposed to be shot at or bombed except in the case of a full-fledged riot. In Gaza, Israeli raids, whether targeted or not, remained a regular occurrence. The Israeli regime is thus able to dictate the quantity of food intake per capita in the Gaza Strip, which is the bare minimum needed to avoid malnutrition in an absolute sense. Israeli policymakers have not shied from revealing the sinister and chilling motives behind such legal promulgations. For instance, according to Dov Weissglass, a special advisor to former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Olmert, the point of these food restriction policies is to put the Palestinians on a diet, but not to make them die of hunger. It is equally interesting to find that several prominent politicians from Western countries have readily accepted the phrase and applied it to the present Gazan context without reservation. In 2010, David Cameron, the former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, said that owing to the Israeli blockade, Gaza had been essentially reduced to a prison. 13 years ago, Cameron made a plea to the international community and said, "Humanitarian goods and people must flow in both directions. Gaza cannot, and must not be allowed to remain a prison camp. Almost 15 years ago, former US President Jimmy Carter paid Gaza a personal visit and ended up issuing the following statement: "Palestinians are being treated more like animals than human beings. Never before in history has a large community like this been savaged by bombs and missiles and then been deprived of the means to repair itself." Notwithstanding, the most potent words of condemnation are arguably found in the painstaking research work of internationally recognized non-governmental organizations. In this regard, one may consider the formal statement of Robert Piper, who presided as the UN Coordinator for Humanitarian Aid and Development Activities in the occupied Palestine territory. In 2017, Piper shared the following pessimistic assessment under the auspices of the United Nations. In 2012, the UN country team produced a report on living conditions in Gaza and predicted that based on the trends we were seeing then, Gaza was on track to become unlivable by 2020. Sadly, as we check in on those same trends again in this 2017 report, the deterioration has accelerated, sped along not least by a devastating round of hostilities in 2014, from which we are only now starting to recover. In my fortnightly visits to Gaza, I am constantly amazed at the resilience of a people who manage to get by despite such odds. For most of us, with electricity only 2 hours a day, as was the case recently, and youth unemployment at 60%, the unlivability threshold has already been passed. Yet somehow, families in Gaza find ways to make do. In a similar fashion, Human Rights Watch marked the 15th anniversary of the Gazan blockade by penning a sobering piece entitled "Gaza, Israel's Open-Air Prison at 15. This reflective article commences by indicating the dire straits that the enclave currently finds itself in. Israel's sweeping restrictions on leaving Gaza deprive its more than 2 million residents of opportunities to better their lives, Human Rights Watch said today on the 15th anniversary of the 2007 closure. The closure has devastated the economy in Gaza, contributed to fragmentation of the Palestinian people, and forms part of the Israeli authorities' crimes against humanity of apartheid and persecution against millions of Palestinians. With Israel's chokehold over Gaza tightening with every passing year, it is becoming abundantly clear that the humanitarian situation in the enclave is becoming progressively worse over time. These statements above from authoritative, non-governmental organizations and political scientists reveal that the open-air prison metaphor has been deemed an accurate and fitting figure for capturing the dire humanitarian state of Gaza. However, things are no doubt taking a turn for the worse. With Israel's war crimes mounting during its 2023 genocidal operation, the state of affairs is likely to worsen even more severely, and the open-air prison analogy will likely have to be replaced with an even more disturbing metaphor. 2.4. The inherent right to self-determination. The fourth main argument of this work is that although both Hamas and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad are proscribed groups among some international observers and Western governments, this does not entail that the political ambitions of the Palestinian people must be curtailed. Denying the Palestinian right to statehood simply because Hamas rules them is, without a doubt, a short-sighted and hasty conclusion. The fact of the matter is that many other factions on the Palestinian front have exercised all political options available to them to achieve their right to self-determination. The indigenous inhabitants of a given land or territory enjoy the legal right to assert their independence and be freed from external interference. Just like another human society or group, the Palestinians have a right to form and rule their independent state. A myriad of General Assembly resolutions passed under the auspices of the United Nations permits national liberation movements to achieve their independence even through force. Ihsan Adil, a prominent lawyer and the founder of the non-governmental organization Law for Palestine, adamantly states, "Dozens of resolutions by the UNGA support national liberation movements in their struggle for independence and self-determination, including armed struggle. For instance, United Nations General Assembly Resolution number 2105 of 1965 condemned all manifestations of colonialism and prescribed the provision of material support for people being targeted in such imperial settlements. A significant 1970 General Assembly resolution similarly recognized the right of colonized people to determine their political destiny and have their self-determination unfettered from any foreign exploits. One key provision states, "Every state has the duty to refrain from any forcible action which deprives peoples referred to above in the elaboration of the present principle of their right to self-determination and freedom and independence. In their actions against and resistance to such forcible action in pursuit of exercising their right to self-determination, such peoples are entitled to seek and receive support in accordance with the purposes and principles of the Charter." The same fundamental concept is found and reiterated in the first additional protocol to the Geneva Conventions, ratified and adopted in 1977. According to Stanley Cohen, a prominent lawyer, human rights activist, and champion of the Palestinian cause, "In accordance with international humanitarian law, wars of national liberation have been expressly embraced through the adoption of Additional Protocol 1 to the Geneva Conventions of 1949 as a protected and essential right of occupied people everywhere. However, perhaps the most explicit international legal instrument that affords the Palestinians the right to self-determination and national liberation is General Assembly Resolution number 3817 of 1983. The latter was passed against the backdrop of the Israeli invasion of Lebanon, which culminated with several massacres against Palestinian refugees. Besides condemning these atrocities, the resolution in question acknowledges the denial of the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people to self-determination, sovereignty, independence, and return to Palestine, and the repeated acts of aggression by Israel against the people of the region constitute a serious threat to international peace and security. As a suitable remedy, it reaffirms the legitimacy of the struggle of peoples for their independence, territorial integrity, national unity and liberation from colonial domination, apartheid, and foreign occupation by all available means, including armed struggle. Taking the resolutions above into consideration, it becomes evident that the Palestinian people deserve the collective right to enjoy equal rights and privileges, just like any other civic or ethnic nation, and establish their independent political state. The chief theoretical finding that is derived from these aforementioned legal resolutions and international instruments is that framing the current crisis as a conflict squarely between Hamas and Israel is a manifest error that silences the legitimate political aspirations of the Palestinian people and ignores their collective will to freedom. Equating Hamas with the Palestinian side as a whole is a gross conflation and a logical fallacy that can never be accepted regardless of how much mainstream media outlets recite it. This is because, besides Hamas, there are a myriad of other political Palestinian entities and factions of varying political demarcations resisting the occupation through their respective efforts. As a political nation in its own right, Palestinian people en masse enjoy the right to resist the oppressive state of physical occupation that they face and pursue their political and economic ambitions by having their independent state. Any critic or interlocutor who directs their analysis merely towards Hamas, without acknowledging the collective right of the Palestinian people to attain independence, is a partner in oppression. 2.5. Israel's blatant lack of proportionality in its warfare conduct. The fifth argument of this book is that the force and violence that the Israeli military machine has unleashed upon Gaza in all its military operations is neither justified nor proportionate. Considering this book's previous arguments and points, one will likely find this point intuitive. However, it is important to evaluate this claim separately on its terms to demonstrate Israel's cruel targeting of civilians in its military conduct. Even before presenting statistical data and official statements demonstrating Israel's wrongful conduct in bello, the following thought experiment may be sufficient to justify this chapter's conclusion. Imagine that your neighbor armed himself and his family and, through a wave of well-organized violence, seizes your home and the other residences in the district, kills your children, and arbitrarily detains your wife. This unjust status quo not only remains for 75 years, but it steadily worsens due to the neighbor committing further human rights violations against the dispossessed survivors and their children. A countless number of individuals suffer and face immense physiological and psychological harm due to their raw brutality, with many children being killed or becoming orphans. The level of abuse meted against you and your peers is horrifying and shocks the conscience. Throughout this period, the neighbor stockpiles weapons and develops his contingent of troops to ensure no revolt can be executed. After facing 75 years of oppression, however, alongside your oppressed neighbors, you decide to take a decisive stand to end this brutality once and for all. Out of anger and frustration, you end up adopting the initiative to attack and kill this neighbor's family through a surprise mission. However, it does not take long for the neighbor to mobilize his forces and weaponry. He quickly gains the upper hand in the military contest and proceeds to kill more members of your own family as well as members of other households. During this violent counterattack, he also manages to destroy many of the dwellings and houses of the rebel movement, ultimately incinerating all elements of resistance. An observer who looks at your violent response in isolation will likely condemn you for your actions and claim that the neighbor's counterattack is justified and proportionate. However, such a judgment would be grossly inaccurate since it fails to appreciate the effective cause of the crisis. For this reason, the entire blame for the problems lies on the shoulders of the violent and land-grabbing neighbor. The purpose of this thought experiment is not to justify the targeting of innocent civilians. Instead, its underlying purpose is to reorient readers' conceptions and allow them to reframe the narrative. Through this analytical exercise, one can appreciate the fact that the current Israeli attack on Palestine is illegal and lacks any moral or legal impetus. Israel cannot claim that its response to the October 7th mission is justified, since it is squarely responsible for dispossessing the Palestinian from their lands and subjecting them to the most brutal cycles of violence. Upon looking at the broader context and longue durée of the Palestinian issue, it becomes abundantly clear that the Israeli response to Operation Al-Aqsa flood cannot be justified. This is because the Arab attack was nothing more than a byproduct of decades of de-enfranchisement, depossession, indiscriminate killing, and police brutality. A force or power that causes a crisis to erupt in the first place through its oppressive measures cannot proceed to invoke the principle of proportionality when it attempts to quell the subsequent fire of resistance that engulfs it. The common claim that Israel exercises restraint or proportionality in its military operations is also belied by the fact that it often targets Gazan civilian sites in its assaults. For instance, concerning Israel's current aerial, naval and ground bombardment of Gaza, Agnes Kalamat, who presides as the Secretary General of Amnesty International, has stated, "In their stated intent to use all means to destroy Hamas, Israeli forces have shown a shocking disregard for civilian lives. They have pulverized street after street of residential buildings, killing civilians on a mass scale and destroying essential infrastructure. At the same time, new restrictions mean Gaza is fast running out of water, medicine, fuel, and electricity." Testimonies from eyewitnesses and survivors highlighted again and again how Israeli attacks decimated Palestinian families, causing such destruction that surviving relatives have little but rubble to remember their loved ones by. In order to justify their merciless bombings in densely populated areas, the Israeli army often states that the intended target was a Hamas soldier who happened to be present in the same surrounding area. Besides such claims being devoid of evidence, they tolerate an extreme civilian-militant ratio that defies any reasonable person's basic intuitions. Take the example of the October 31st strike of the Jabalia refugee camp, which was full of innocent civilians. This bombing was so catastrophic that it likely killed hundreds of Gazans, as many people were buried under a heap of suffocating rubble. Israel justified this brazen act based on the questionable claim that there was a single Hamas commander in the area. During a live interview with CNN, Israeli Defense Forces spokesperson Richard Hecht attempted to justify this shocking incident while merely brushing aside the high civilian death toll as being collateral damage. However, veteran CNN anchor Wolf Blitzer was shocked by Hecht's lack of emotion and empathy and proceeded to intensely interrogate the Israeli colonel at least 3 different times, on each occasion highlighting the fact that the area had many innocent civilians. Unimpressed with the colonel's answers, Blitzer stated the obvious burning moral problem that seemed invisible for the Israeli killing machine. You knew there were civilians there. You knew there were refugees, all sorts of refugees, but you decided to still drop a bomb at that refugee camp, attempting to kill this Hamas commander. There is no moral or legal principle which can justify the wide-net killing approach of the Israeli army. As the Australian academic and thinker Uthman Badr put it, the idea that you can kill hundreds of innocent people because there is one person there who is a military target is ridiculous. According to which moral calculus is that right? By all means and all measures, such an attack is disproportionate since the degree of civilian harm caused by the strike exponentially outweighed the supposed military gain. According to the precautionary measures provision of the Additional Protocol 1 of 1977, all member states must refrain from deciding to launch any attack which may be expected to cause incidental loss of civilian life, injury to civilians, damage to civilian objects, or a combination thereof, which would be excessive in relation to the concrete and direct military advantage anticipated. When the advantage to harm ratio runs somewhere along the lines of 1 to 50 in the case of the Jabalia airstrike, there can be no doubt that Israel has violated this article and is likely guilty of a serious war crime. However, this appalling targeting of innocent civilians did not simply occur in 2023. Instead, it has been a recurring dark theme in several past military operations and incursions led by Israel in the Gaza Strip. For instance, one may consider the 2008 to 2009 Israeli assault known as Operation Cast Lead, which killed at least 1,400 Palestinian civilians, including 300 children. Regarding the brutality of the Israeli operation, Belen Fernandez, an academic and editor of the political magazine Jacobin, writes, "The Israeli fatality count from Cast Lead totaled 3 civilians and 10 soldiers, 4 of them from friendly fire, which put the ratio of Palestinian civilian to Israeli civilian deaths as 400 to 1. However, Israel unfurled its signature brand of criminal illogic to claim the role of victim, predictably portraying itself as under attack from Hamas rockets despite the negligible damage inflicted. The same disproportionate use of force can be disturbing, observed in the 2014 Israeli assault in Gaza known as Operation Protective Edge, which killed almost 1,500 civilians, with approximately 500 of them being children. The sheer brutality found in this military assault against children is well expressed in the following passage. DCIP's investigation into all Palestinian child fatalities during Operation Protective Edge found overwhelming and repeated evidence that Israeli forces committed grave violations against children amounting to war crimes. This included direct targeting of children by Israeli drone-fired missiles and attacks carried out against schools. Israel, the world's largest exporter of aerial drones, killed 164 children in drone strikes during the conflict. The 2018 to 2019 peaceful protest known as the Great March of Return was also marred with a vicious Israeli response, as snipers from the Israeli Defense Forces and the Israel Border Police indiscriminately killed many demonstrators. A number of non-governmental bodies condemned the harsh and inhumane Israeli response. For instance, in a formal statement, Médecins Sans Frontières, Doctors Without Borders, said, "It is unbearable to witness such a massive number of unarmed people being shot in such a short time. This bloodbath is the continuation of the Israeli army's policy during the last 7 weeks, shooting with live ammunition at demonstrators on the assumption that anyone approaching the separation fence is a legitimate target. Most of the wounded will be condemned to suffer lifelong injuries." However, in its wartime conduct for 2023, Israel has already reached an all-time moral low by superseding the number of casualties found in all the conflicts mentioned above combined. So far, as of the 21st of November, the Ministry of Health in Gaza has reported that approximately 14,000 Palestinians have been killed as a result of Israel's indiscriminate aerial bombardments, with at least 5,800 of this grand number being children. Furthermore, more than 17,000 Palestinians have been injured, with an additional 6,000 civilians still being trapped under the rubble of collapsed structures. According to Norman Finkelstein, a well-respected American academic and champion of the Palestinian cause, Israel's atrocities in its 2023 offensive are so severe and callous that they amount to blatant crimes against humanity, if not outright genocide. It is a pity that against this dark and violent backdrop, any concerns about the lack of proportionality in Israel's military engagements will receive a muted response. 2.6. Israel, a flagrant violator of international law on the battlefield. Supporters of Israel often argue that the country is, for the most part, a responsible and moral actor that is committed to the model of global governance carved by the United Nations. They adamantly contend that in its interstate affairs, Israel exerts genuine efforts to follow international law to the best of its ability. According to this narrative, any wrongs that Israel commits in its warfare conduct in Gaza are unfortunate errors of judgment or unavoidable tragedies in such a densely populated plain, not malicious atrocities. However, the superficiality of this claim becomes apparent once Israel's track record in international forums is carefully assessed. Ever since its establishment, Israel has been violating international law with impunity, with its egregious conduct being on full display for virtually every military operation it has participated in. Notable Israeli crimes, which constitute blatant violations of international law in wartime conduct, include the ethnic cleansing of the indigenous population of Palestine and the denial of their right to return, the 1948 War of Independence, illegally launching a war in tandem with the colonial powers of France and Britain, the 1956 Suez Crisis, illegally annexing and occupying territories from Jordan, Syria and Egypt, the 1967 Six-Day War, and illegally occupying southern Lebanon from 1985 to 2000, the Southern Lebanon conflict. This hefty list of violations is succinctly outlined by the Palestinian legal expert Henry Catton. Israel's actions after its admission to UN membership have been at variance with the declarations and explanations it gave to the UN as a condition of its admission. The position it took before the Conciliation Commission in considering the armistice lines as its boundaries conflicted with its undertaking to respect General Assembly resolutions, and in particular, Resolution 181. its refusal to repatriate the Palestinian refugees violated Resolution 194. In opposing the establishment of a Palestinian state, it violated Resolution 181 and also repudiated its own birth certificate. Lastly, in launching general wars of aggression in 1956, 1967, and 1982, it flouted the principles of the UN Charter and international law. In the domain of international human rights law, Israel's record is even worse. Regarding the latter, Lendman writes, Israel is a serial human rights international law abuser. The UN Human Rights Commission affirms that it violates nearly all 149 articles of the Fourth Geneva Convention, which governs the treatment of civilians in war and under occupation, and is guilty of grievous war crimes. Israel's track record on the battlefield during the time of hostilities is equally horrific and repugnant. During its intervention and attempted occupation of southern Lebanon during the Hezbollah War of 2006, the Israeli war machine failed to pay heed to any of the norms of just conduct dictated by the principles of Yusin Bello. In effect, the Israeli army pursued a classic punishment campaign. It sought to inflict massive pain on Lebanon's civilian population by destroying residences and infrastructure and forcing hundreds of thousands of people to flee their homes. However, the most egregious crime that Israel committed in this theatre was the widespread use of cluster bombs in the final days of the conflict, despite it being aware that a ceasefire was imminent. What made this act even more appalling was that these bombs were fired at civilian areas situated in southern Lebanon. Cluster munitions are a notorious choice of weaponry since they release hundreds of bomblets on the site perimeter. Many of these submunitions fail to explode when dropped and can be activated many months or years later when an unsuspecting person steps on them. As a result of Israel's severe bombardment, many civilians lost their lives after the war had concluded. In sum, Mearsheimer and Walt note that in the last 3 days of the war, it is estimated that the Israeli military fired over 1 million bomblets into southern Lebanon, which is a population of 650,000. In the first 8 months after the war, 29 Lebanese were killed by cluster bombs, and another 215 were injured, with 90 of them being children. On a similar note, a seminal study led by Human Rights Watch reached the following determination. Research in more than 40 towns and villages found that the IDF's use of cluster munitions was both indiscriminate and disproportionate, in violation of IHL, and in some locations, possibly a war crime. Besides the use of cluster munitions, Israel has frequently employed white phosphorus bombs in civilian zones. White phosphorus is an extremely dangerous and lethal incendiary weapon that can cause severe firestorms. Moreover, it not only detrimentally affects the fertility of land and stunts vegetative growth, but if it makes contact with humans, it can cause severe burns and permanent neurological damage. For this reason, according to international humanitarian law, its use in civilian areas during a war is strictly prohibited. Most unfortunately, Israel has violated these wartime regulations and has proceeded to use the banned substance in densely populated areas. One of the earliest recorded cases of Israel's usage of white phosphorus was in 2008 during its incursion in Gaza, known as Operation Cast Lead. In their current 2023 operations, Israeli forces are once again employing the lethal agent in both Gazan and Lebanese communities. Neutral organizations such as Human Rights Watch have evaluated all available video and physical evidence connected to this charge, and they have corroborated its authenticity and confirmed Israel's culpability. This reflects an acute moral and legal failure on Israel's part, since it had given assurances to the international community after 2009 that it would no longer use white phosphorus. Taking the facts above into account, it becomes evident that Israel's war crimes in Gaza are not exceptional acts of aggression. Instead, they constitute an extension of its non-acquiescence to international legal norms and conventions. 2.7. A new Amalek? Israel's ultimate plan for genocide. With the death toll rapidly increasing with the progression of time, it is not a surprise to find that there is a growing concern that Israel is currently committing genocide in Gaza. In plain and simple terms, one can find a clear-cut definition in the Genocide Convention of 1948, which provides the following delineation. In the present convention, genocide means any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial or religious group. As such, A. Killing members of the group. B. Causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group. C. Deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. D. Imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group. And E. Forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. By considering this list of criteria, many observers and commentators have argued throughout the last years that Israel is already guilty of committing genocide against the Palestinian people, as a number of its trademark wrongdoings can be observed. Even more than a decade ago, some academics argued that Israel was already carrying out a slow-motion genocide in the occupied Palestinian territories by gradually depriving its inhabitants of the resources and rights it needed to undertake their daily life needs. Within the current context of the 2023 Israeli onslaught, the level of violence and brutality meted out by the Israeli state has been so severe and unprecedented that there can be no doubt that the threshold for genocide has been met. However, to substantiate such a claim, there must be clear-cut evidence which demonstrates that Israeli officials intend to orchestrate such a brutal act on ethnic or religious lines. To prove that such an active genocide is being carried out, a few essential elements are needed. Before the indiscriminate bombings and attacks are carried out, there must be indications of genocidal intent, whereby the aggressor uses language that dehumanizes the targeted civilian population and depicts them as being non-humans. This was, in fact, the same modus operandi that the Nazi regime used against the Jews in order to justify its horrific atrocities during the Holocaust. The researcher Stuart Gable meticulously examined the process of dehumanization and noted the Nazis employed dehumanizing tactics to engage in various types of behaviors that enslaved other people and justified the killing of other human beings, often by arguing that these enslaved or murdered other people were not actually people at all. Not surprisingly, the group considered subhuman usually has less power, making it weaker than the larger, stronger individual or group that argues it has been forced to defend itself against what it considers to be a subhuman monster. Now, more than 80 years later, Israel is using the same playbook to delegitimize the Palestinian people through the same tropes in order to receive a blank check in its warfare conduct. The results could not be more horrific. To justify their month-long murder spree, Israeli authorities have juxtaposed their extreme Zionist rhetoric with the former Nazi talking points. Nev Gordon, a law professor at Queen Mary University in London, outlined the dangerous propaganda techniques employed by the Israeli media machine. Palestinians are presented as barbarian and as primitive, and as a people who do not understand the laws of war, people that do not make distinctions between civilians and combatants, and so forth, and therefore they are immoral, while Israel claims that it tries to protect civilians. A plethora of statements from numerous Israeli politicians, military officials, and even religious figures indicate that not only are they indifferent to the deaths of Palestinians, but they also perceive them to be subhuman. A notable example of the first can be found in Naftali Bennett, who previously served as the Israeli Prime Minister. When asked by Britain's Sky News anchor whether the Israeli Defense Forces could ensure the safety and provision of supplies to Palestinian civilians during the violent operation, he angrily dismissed Israel's culpability in imposing an illegal blockade. He said, "Are you seriously keep asking me about Palestinian civilians? What's wrong with you? Now the world can come and bring them anything they want. If you want to bring them electricity, I'm not going to feed electricity or water to my enemies." Rabbi Meir Maroz, a prominent religious authority in Israel, had the following to say about the currently besieged Palestinians when speaking on Israeli Channel 7. "If they, people of Gaza, were humans, we would have sent them humanitarian aid. But this is about animals." The most chilling and disturbing statement comes from none other than Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Unlike the dehumanizing rhetoric found in the earlier statements, Netanyahu's comments are particularly troubling since they constitute a clear indication of genocidal intent. In a speech delivered on the 28th of October, Netanyahu exhorted the Israeli military to exert the fullest force possible against Gaza. To make his rhetoric as venomous as possible, he cited a verse from the Jewish Bible regarding the divine order to destroy the idolatrous town of Amalek and all its inhabitants. "You must remember what Amalek has done to you," says our Holy Bible. "Now go, attack the Amalekites and totally destroy all that belongs to them. Do not spare them. Put to death men and women, children and infants, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys." As some commentators note, the invocation of this biblical passage serves not only as a historical reference, but also as a genocidal lens through which the Prime Minister views the current conflict. The statement also provides the Israeli military license for killing combatants and non-combatants alike, since Netanyahu blurred the distinction between Hamas and Palestinians more generally, implicitly justifying attacks not just on the terrorist organization, but on all the residents of Gaza. While defenders of the Prime Minister may deny this, the consequences of Israeli actions in Gaza belie those denials. By weaponizing and instrumentalizing the Bible, Netanyahu can enlist the backing of far-right and extremist religious forces to activate his genocidal project. Other members of the Israeli coalition have uttered similar depraving remarks that denigrate and dehumanize the Palestinian people, with genocidal intent also being evident. Galit Distel Atbarian, a member of the leading Likud party, made the following horrific remark in a tweet: "Erase all Gaza from the face of the earth. That the Gazan monsters will fly to the southern fence and try to enter Egyptian territory, or they will die, and their death will be evil. Gaza should be erased." Ezra Yachin, a 95-year-old Israeli war veteran, was brought as a reservist to exhort his younger counterparts on the battlefield by sharing motivational words and giving reminders. During the early days of the Israeli operation, Yachin shared the following advice with the younger soldiers: "Be triumphant and finish them off, and don't leave anyone behind. Erase the memory of them. Erase them, their families, mothers and children. These animals can no longer live. Every Jew with a weapon should go out and kill them. If you have an Arab neighbor, don't wait. Go to his home and shoot him. We will witness things we've never dreamed of. Let them drop bombs on them and erase them. All of the prophecies sent by the prophets are about to occur." For the Israeli public, the current onslaught is unfortunately presented as a holy war to give the army carte blanche to kill whoever and however they wish. As Netanyahu put it, the present Israeli operation is a struggle between the children of light and the children of darkness, between humanity and the law of the jungle. With the Israeli army being stirred and steered through such genocidal rhetoric, it is regrettably expected that the occupiers will commit many more atrocities in the weeks ahead. In light of these explicit proclamations, at least 7 experts from the United Nations have warned that a genocide in Gaza is imminent or currently underway. These officials note that the entire population is at risk unless decisive action is taken. In a joint statement, the 7 high-ranking figures from the body said, "We remain convinced that the Palestinian people are at grave risk of genocide. The time for action is now. Israel's allies also bear responsibility and must act now to prevent its disastrous course of action. To underscore the gravity of the matter, Craig Mokhiber, a high-ranking human rights official in the United Nations, tendered his resignation from the organization due to the international community's failure to take action against Israel, which he accused of committing genocide. Mokhiber said that there could be no shred of doubt the Israeli army was committing a wholesale extermination of the Palestinian people, since the country's officials have not concealed their sinister intentions towards the civilian population living in the enclave. In an important interview prepared with Al Jazeera, Mokhiber shared his observations on this matter by stating, "Usually the most difficult part of proving genocide is intent, because there has to be an intention to destroy in whole or part a particular group. In this case, the intent by Israeli leaders has been so explicitly stated and publicly stated by the Prime Minister, by the President, by senior cabinet ministers, by military leaders, that this is an easy case to make. It's on the public record." Put in simpler terms, Mokhiber believes that the smoking gun for identifying a genocide is present, and there can be no room for doubting its present occurrence. On this topic, the experts have issued a unanimous verdict and concluded that the current bloody events in Gaza bear strong parallels with past genocides committed in other theatres such as Bosnia. 2.8 Eretz Yisrael Hashlema, Israel's expansionist mission unlocked. The eighth and last argument is in many respects related to 2.7, since it pertains to how Israel views the general Palestinian population as a demographic problem that must be eliminated in order to widen the geographical horizons of the Jewish state. From this viewpoint, the construction of Israel is viewed to be an incomplete project that is yet to reach its full territorial potential. In order for Israel to be complete, it must consolidate control over the entire perimeter of the Palestinian territories. At first sight, this proposition may appear to be a conspiracy theory or a biased postulate. However, it is firmly grounded in reality and Israeli leaders' attestations. As a historical fact, the State of Israel is predicated on the political ideology of Zionism, which dictates that the indigenous Palestinian population must be expelled from Palestine proper in toto through an aggressive ethnic cleansing policy. This philosophy was plainly expressed by former Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon in 1998. It is the duty of Israeli leaders to explain to public opinion, clearly and courageously, a certain number of facts that are forgotten with time. The first of these is that there is no Zionism, colonization, or Jewish state without the eviction of the Arabs and the expropriation of their lands. Thus, through its Zionist foundations and the philosophy of expansionism, Israel can achieve its irredentist dream of creating what is known as Eretz Yisrael Hashlema, which can be rendered as the complete land of Israel. In the last few years, Israel has pursued this goal by supporting the Jewish settler movement, which has been able to seize many neighborhoods and districts of the West Bank from Palestinians at an alarming pace. Presently, it can exploit the October 7th attack as a pretext to justify a brutal assault on Gaza, perhaps with the hopes of annexing more territory. This was always the dream of right-wing parties and Zionist groups who currently hold leverage in the governing coalition of Israel. The right-wing Likud party, which Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu currently leads, also espouses the dream of capturing all the Palestinian territories. Likud's charter boldly and unequivocally denies the right of Palestinians to have a state of their own. Instead, it asserts the following: the right of the Jewish people to the land of Israel is eternal and indisputable, and is linked with the right to security and peace. Therefore, Judea and Samaria will not be handed to any foreign administration. Between the sea and the Jordan, there will only be Israeli sovereignty. The use of the traditional biblical names associated with the Holy Land is quite telling, for it indicates how the party views the entire land as one unbreakable unit promised to the Jewish people that can never be compartmentalized or divided. Benjamin Netanyahu himself has unabashedly espoused this vision in many public settings. For instance, In a formal address during the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly, Netanyahu shockingly displayed a map which depicted Israel to be incorporating all the Palestinian territories, including the entirety of Jerusalem, the West Bank, and Gaza. Similar illustrations have been used by other Israeli officials who disregard entirely the lands of the Palestinians and promote the vision of a greater Israel. However, for the last few decades, the achievement of such an expansionist goal seemed unattainable, since the Israelis required a pretext to mobilize and annex Gaza en masse. An extraordinary event or incident was needed to make this dream possible. In light of the Al-Aqsa flood offensive launched by Hamas on October 7th, Israel was able to devise its own Pearl Harbor narrative to justify the full-scale occupation of Gaza. Almost immediately after Hamas staged its attack, several Israeli governmental insiders and think tanks lobbied the incumbent coalition to seize the golden opportunity to eliminate the Palestinian problem once and for all by expelling the Palestinians southwards and seizing the Gaza Strip. For instance, on October 17th, the influential Miskav Institute for National Security and Zionist Strategy, which has many researchers and authorities that enjoy ties with the Israeli government, published a policy-oriented memorandum advising the Netanyahu administration to enlist the support of the Egyptian government and push all the residents of Gaza to the Sinai Peninsula. The preface of this chilling report reads, "There is a need for an immediate, viable plan for the resettlement and economic rehabilitation of the entire Arab population in the Gaza Strip, which sits well with the geopolitical interests of Israel, Egypt, USA, and Saudi Arabia." On a similar note, the Israeli Intelligence Ministry, led by Likud party member Gila Gamliel, published a memorandum, intended for private distribution only, echoing the same proposal in a policy paper entitled The Unit for Settlement, Gaza Strip. This latter work is far more specific insofar as it definitely mentions that all the residents of Gaza should be relocated to the Sinai Peninsula. This radical proposal for mass transfer bears a closer historical resemblance to the 1948 Nakba and its aftermath. If successfully executed, it could have even more dire repercussions than the horrors and tragedies wrought in the original Nakba, since the livelihoods of more than 2 million people will ultimately be affected. During the first 4 weeks of Operation Iron Swords, Israel pursued a vigorous genocidal campaign against the Palestinian people. However, this is merely a preliminary step to facilitate the much more extensive plan of removing all the Palestinians from the Gaza Strip through an ambitious transfer agreement. Simply put, Israel's war today is not about fighting terrorism or rescuing hostages. It is about violently advancing its expansionist project in Gaza, the West Bank, and Israel itself, Palestinian and Jewish lives be damned. There are many solid signs and indicators which point to this conclusion. Israel has been very aggressively ordering the inhabitants of northern Gaza, who number more than 1 million, to move to the south. Not only is this evacuation order inhumane and unrealistic, but it also raises fears that a bigger overarching plan is in place, whereby the Palestinians will be then further pushed to the Rafah border crossing and ultimately forced to settle in the Sinai Peninsula. In order to ensure the exodus of the Palestinians is achieved, Israel must continue its indiscriminate shock and awe bombing campaign and cause the Palestinians to leave out of sheer desperation. As Cook puts it, the aim appears to be to squeeze Palestinians into the tiny space of Gaza's south next to the border with Sinai, destroy all civilian infrastructure, and bomb and terrorize Palestinians in the south too. By expelling the Palestinians to Egypt, Israel will be able to effectively insulate itself from the Palestinian resistance movement and also be able to expand its borders with relative ease. Once exiled in the Sinai, the Palestinians will be forced to integrate into Egyptian society and adopt it as their new civic homeland. In the hopes of making a living, many Palestinians will likely opt to migrate to the major metropolitan cities in Egypt, such as Cairo or Alexandria, and gradually lose their association with their Palestinian roots. In such an abysmal scenario, what would the endgame look like for the Palestinians? Cook notes that exiting the enclave, they would be stripped of their right in international law to return to their homes. In a generation or two, their children would identify as Egyptian, not Palestinian. In a draconian and malevolent fashion, Israel would be able to free itself from the political pressure of resuming peace talks with the Palestinians. Section 3. Debunking key pro-Israel talking points justifying the present Israeli operation. In addition to providing positive arguments in this book, it is necessary to nullify a few common arguments raised by the vocal proponents and backers of the Israeli military machine, such as Zionists, the mainstream media, and politicians across the spectrum. The lines of reasoning that are often cited against proponents of the Palestinian cause revolve around one of the following themes. 1. Hamas's actions must be condemned and given an appropriate response. 2. Western states and allies of Israel often claim that Israel has the right to defend itself, and this is now commonly invoked as if it is a dictum-like assertion. 3. Hamas committed a second Holocaust on October 7th and is guilty of committing gross atrocities such as raping several women and beheading at least 40 infants. 4. Israel is empowered with the right to target civilian locations and densely populated areas, since Hamas often uses members of the general population as human shields. And 5. Palestinian citizens are legitimate military targets since they elected Hamas and allowed them to assume power over them in 2006. It is somewhat interesting that even though these 5 arguments are frequently invoked and confidently cited ad nauseum by Zionists and liberal allies of Israel, all 5 of them are actually, in logical terms, invalid. This section will demystify the mechanics of these claims and demonstrate why they failed to nullify the pro-Palestinian position championed in this paper. 3.1. The claim that the actions of Hamas must be condemned and given an appropriate response. The weakness and logical invalidity of the first argument can be appreciated through the following response. If someone believes that it is necessary to condemn the October 7th Hamas attacks due to their brutality and lack of respect for human life, then, a fortiori, they are required to condemn the wave of offensive attacks meted against the people of Gaza and Palestine as a whole, in the last 3 weeks specifically, and the last 7 decades in general. Put in another way, the critics who condemned the crimes committed by the Hamas resistance movement on the 7th of October are the same individuals who ignore the violent Israeli counter-response which has killed more than 14,000 civilians, and they ignore decades of murder, illegal occupations, apartheid, and oppression. In essence, these critics fail to maintain a morally consistent position. Arguably, the reasonable and correct mode of reasoning is this. Anyone who insists on condemning Hamas for the death of 1,200 people must also issue their condemnation of Israel due to the latter's hefty list of war crimes, crimes against humanity, and violation of jus cogens norms. Any individual who begins their analytical starting point with a condemnation of the events of October 7th, while ignoring all prior events and incidents, is biased and ideologically slanted. Namely, if they wished to adopt a morally consistent position, they would have to be more perturbed and angered by the immense loss of Palestinian lives during the last 7 decades. Spelled out in more basic terms, the legal and moral wrongs that Israel has committed against the Palestinian people include the following categories. 1. 75 years of illegal occupation. 2. Decades of legally enforced apartheid. 3. Decades of ethnic cleansing. 4. Tens of thousands of Palestinians murdered in cold blood. 5. Thousands of Palestinians were arbitrarily imprisoned without any recognition of their habeas corpus rights. 6. Endless years of the use of the sanction of collective punishment, which constitutes a war crime. And 7. Decades of blatant human rights violations. Without any doubt, at a basic intuitive level, any reasonable person would fully agree that the list of crimes above, in terms of its oppressive effects and loss of human life, far supersedes anything that was committed on October 7th, and requires far more robust and vocal condemnation. Indeed, anyone who even dares to suggest that the two are amenable to comparison would be dismissed and accused of bringing forth an absurd proposition. However, what conventional media outlets are doing currently on the ideological front is far worse, for they are erasing the oppression that Palestinians have experienced for more than half a century and merely present the events of October 7th as an insulated event that was not shaped or determined by any past Israeli atrocities. Such a viewpoint is nothing more than a manifest error. Indeed, even the UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres firmly stated that Operation Al-Aqsa Flood did not happen in a vacuum, and urged the international community to identify the root systemic causes of the recent flare-up, which is the occupation of the Palestinian territories and the encroachment of illegal settlements in the West Bank. Considering these structural factors, the Israeli response can and must be condemned as being immoral and a flagrant violation of international humanitarian law. Any objective observer of the present round of hostilities cannot deny the sheer breadth of human loss that has been sustained on the Palestinian side, with the most shocking statistic currently being the murder of more than 5,800 Palestinian children at the hands of the Israeli Air Force since the commencement of hostilities in early October. This tragic loss of life can never be ignored or downplayed as a mere byproduct of war. Such a massive figure reflects the callous disregard of the international community to hold Israel to account for its mammoth atrocities. Nevertheless, even news forums and bulletins read this horrific tragedy as if it were a neutral event requiring no emotional response. This begs the following question: are Palestinian children of a lower value than the children of other nationalities or ethnicities? Do their deaths matter at all to the international community? What appears to be the case as a prima facie judgment is that their deaths do not matter and have no bearing. Irrespective of the context, if a political group or a state murdered 6,000 children in a Western country, there would be international outrage and significant political and military action would take place. Thus, regarding the facts mentioned above, any person who fails to take a consistent moral position and spares Israel of any criticism is undoubtedly ideologically biased. People can and should refuse to engage in a ritualistic condemnation of Hamas, since it means ignoring the decades of atrocities committed by the Zionist entity. 3.2. The claim that Israel has the right to defend itself. The second common argument that is invoked as an axiom to justify Israel's use of indiscriminate and unrestrained force against the Palestinian people is the dictum, Israel has the right to defend itself. Whenever Israel proceeds to carpet bomb Gaza, Western politicians often assert that the former enjoys the right to defend itself. The right to self-defense from external threats can be traced to Article 51 of the United Charter, which entrenches the concept with the following proviso: nothing in the present charter shall impair the inherent right of individual or collective self-defense if an armed attack occurs against a member of the United Nations until the Security Council has taken measures necessary to maintain international peace and security. When applied to the case of Israel, the reasoning often espoused by its backers is that since the former is often subject to violent attacks on the part of militant groups like Hamas, it enjoys the right to defend itself by mounting an appropriate response. Despite the widespread appeal of this argument in academic and mainstream circles, it is fallacious. For this argument to work, the conflict in question must involve two sovereign entities with their own defined land borders, whereby one interrupts the territorial integrity of the other. However, This type of interstate friction is absent in the military hostilities between Israel and Gaza, since the latter remains effectively occupied by the former and is deprived of the constituent elements that allow it to exercise statehood at a basic level. In its public statements, Israel often attempts to obscure this reality and presents Gaza as an independent state that bears full responsibility for its actions. As former United Nations Secretary General Ban Ki-moon puts it, this tactic is nothing more than a crafty act of deception. Such a malicious framing act distorts the fact that as long as it imposes a blockade on Gaza, Israel is always the wrongful belligerent party. The Palestinian territory has been occupied for so long that there is a tendency in certain quarters to overlook this reality and to treat the occupied Palestinian territory as an unoccupied entity. This leads to the perception of Israel and Palestine as two states poised against each other, with Israel as the victim and Palestine as a neighboring, aggressive, terrorist state. Insofar as there is a victim party, it is Palestine, as inevitably an occupied party has such a status, vis-à-vis the occupier. In a parallel fashion, Francesca Albanese, the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Palestinian territories, rejected Israel's claim of self-defense by noting the status of Gaza as an occupied territory. Israel cannot claim the right of self-defense against a threat that emanates from a territory it occupies, from a territory that is under belligerent occupation. Simply put, Israel cannot invoke any legal provisions or statuses mentioning the principle of self-defense to justify its strike in Gaza, since under international law it is considered to be an illegal occupier of all the Palestinian territories. This is an important point, given that the right to self-defense can only be invoked against a foreign belligerent state, not a geographical entity illegally incorporated by a power-hungry state aiming to boost its political and economic fortunes. Put in more simple terms, the notion that a state is allowed to wage a war against a territory that it occupies is an absurd proposition. An interlocutor does not enjoy the prerogative to object to the declarations above because they merely represent the opinions of some officials from the United Nations. This is because Israel's claimed right to defend itself vis-à-vis the occupied Palestinian territories, which ipso facto includes Gaza, has been rejected by several international bodies that are acknowledged as neutral arbiters. For instance, one may consider Israel's illegal construction of an ever-expanding separation wall in the West Bank, which has been erect for almost 2 decades. To justify this aberrant action, Israel invoked the right to self-defense found in Article 51 of the United Nations Charter. It argued that the wall was needed in order to protect itself from potential acts of terrorism. However, this mode of reasoning was swiftly rejected by the International Court of Justice in its advisory opinion, which said the right to defense had no bearing at all when applied to the context of an occupied territory. Article 51 of the Charter recognizes the existence of an inherent right of self-defense in the case of armed attack by one state against another state. However, Israel does not claim that the attacks against it are imputable to a foreign state. The court also notes that Israel exercises control in the occupied Palestinian territory and that, as Israel itself states, the threat which it regards as justifying the construction of the wall originates within and not outside that territory. The situation is thus different from that contemplated by Security Council resolutions 1368 and 1373, and therefore Israel could not in any event invoke those resolutions in support of its claim to be exercising a right of self-defense. Consequently, the court concludes that Article 51 of the Charter has no relevance in this case. In light of this scholarly opinion, Israel's oft-recited claim to self-defense does not withstand critical scrutiny. It cannot be envisioned in an asymmetrical relationship like that of the occupier and the occupied. The chief reason why Article 51 lacks any applicability to the Palestinian case is that the provision was intended to apply to the realm of interstate relations, not where a power incorporates another territory in a neo-colonial fashion. The logical implications of this argument apply analogously to the case of Gaza, which is, for all intents and purposes, considered an occupied enclave which has its inter-border affairs severely curtailed by the Israeli security apparatus. Likewise, Israel cannot claim that it is entitled to the right to bombard Gaza because Hamas attacked its territory and seeks refuge in the enclave. Such an argument is flawed because Hamas is a militant group that, as a political party, currently leads the government in Gaza, but is not itself the Palestinian government. As a result, Hamas's actions on October the 7th are distinct from an attack perpetrated by a state or territory. Thus, the self-defense argument cannot be sustained legally or logically. The mechanics of the right to self-defense argument can also be critiqued in the following manner. One may consider the following upshot. If Israel is granted the right to defend itself, for the sake of argument, and the killing of 6,000 innocent children from Gaza is a natural corollary of that, then it logically justifies, for the sake of consistency, the right of Palestinians to defend themselves through any means, even via arms. Norman Finkelstein expressed this point perfectly when he said, "If Hamas has to be dismantled because of what it did on October the 7th, then the Israeli government has to be dismantled 10 times over. It's called keeping a single standard." Of course, this is not to say that the events of October 7th were morally permissible, but as a rhetorical argument, the logical door swings both ways. It is deeply arbitrary for one to positively label every Israeli military act as self-defense, while denouncing the resistance of Palestinians as terrorism. Such a distinction defies one's basic intuitions, and any person who insists upon it either suffers from an episode of cognitive dissonance or is ideologically slanted. Suppose Israel is entitled to the right to defend itself by killing 6,000 children. In that case, the religious nationalist group Hamas can likewise argue through the same mode of reasoning that its attack was justified since it was a response to decades of illegal land seizures, construction of settlements, and blockade measures that had deprived the Palestinian people of their natural right to self-determination and to live a dignified life. One does not have to be an expert in international law or jurisprudence to grasp the weakness of the "Israel has the right to defend itself" claim. At a more fundamental and philosophical level, there is a fatal flaw in the assertion that Israel can be a defender in any relational context with Palestine. This is because Israel is the original cause and determinant of the oppression that has engulfed the region and has benefited in both territorial and monetary terms at the direct expense of the oppressed Palestinians. Such an entity, which depends on this uneven and asymmetrical relationship to maintain its existence and prosper, can never be a victim, since it is always unleashing violence against the entity that it has dehumanized and subjugated. This point was eloquently articulated by the great Brazilian philosopher Paulo Freire in his seminal work entitled The Pedagogy of the Oppressed. With the establishment of a relationship of oppression, violence has already begun. Never in history has violence been initiated by the oppressed. How could they be the initiators if they themselves are the result of violence? How could they be the sponsors of something whose objective inauguration called forth their existence as oppressed? There would be no oppressed had there been no prior situation of violence to establish their subjugation. Violence is initiated by those who oppress, who exploit, who fail to recognize others as persons, not by those who are oppressed, exploited, and unrecognized. It is not the unloved who initiate disaffection, but those who cannot love because they love only themselves. It is not the helpless subject to terror who initiate terror, but the violent, who with their power create the concrete situation which begets the rejects of life. It is not the tyrannized who initiate despotism, but the tyrants. It is not the despised who initiate hatred, but those who despise. It is not those whose humanity is denied them who negate humankind, but those who denied that humanity, thus negating their own as well. Oppressors live at the expense of the people they subjugate and dehumanize daily. By being victims of an oppressive apartheid system swooning from above, the Palestinians have, in effect, been consistently subjected to violence, whether in physical or ideological forms. This vicious structure of oppression functions like a multi-layered chain or thick knot that cannot be unfettered except through the resistance mechanism from below. Only by overthrowing the tyrannical order can the Palestinians finally enjoy and claim the basic rights that all humans deserve. 3.3. Beheading babies and raping women, the egregious lies of the Zionist propaganda machine. The claim that Israel enjoys the right to deliver a forceful response to the events of October 7th can only be accepted if the mainstream rendition of events proves to be accurate. Israeli and Western media outlets have depicted the Hamas military operation as being a second Holocaust, with mounting accusations of rape and beheaded Jewish babies feeding into the digital frenzy. According to conventional media claims, Hamas fighters stormed the kibbutzes that were adjacent to the Gaza Strip and killed at least 1,200 people, initially claimed to be 1,400, the majority of whom were civilians. The mainstream narrative is that the Hamas operation culminated in a genocidal bloodbath as the militant fighters killed every civilian they saw, destroyed houses, and set entire kibbutzes ablaze into an engulfing inferno. This was the meta-narrative that Israel constructed in order to attain the support of the international community and wage a full-blown genocidal campaign in the Gaza Strip. Objective observers should be skeptical of the prevailing Israeli account for many solid and compelling reasons. Perhaps the most important piece of evidence in this regard is that Israeli media outlets and officials have been notorious for circulating unfounded or unverified pieces of data to public channels in order to gain sympathy and win the narrative war. For instance, while the charge of rape was frequently cited in the immediate days that followed Hamas's surprise attack, the claim slowly lost currency due to the lack of any evidence pointing to such a conclusion. On the 9th of October, conservative author Jonah Goldberg wrote a provocative and spirited piece against Hamas in the Los Angeles Times, with the key segment stating, "But again, however brutal you might think Israel's Gaza policy might be, the murderers still chose to murder, the rapists chose to rape. If you deny them that agency, you're the one calling them unthinking animals." However, her arguments were somewhat dented as the paper edited her column piece and added the following footnote. For the record, an earlier version of this column mentioned rape in the attacks, but such reports have not been substantiated. Through his meticulous research, investigative reporter Arno Rosenfeld was able to trace the story of Israeli festival goers being raped to an unnamed survivor who did not confirm even witnessing the perpetration of such alleged crimes. The person did not say they had witnessed these incidents, and at one point was recounting videos they had seen on social media. In a parallel fashion, Israeli media outlets like I24 News hastily published a story on October 10th which claimed that Hamas fighters had decapitated 40 Israeli babies in the kibbutz of Kfar Aza. The reporter who made this claim, Nicole Zedek, asserted that this information was conveyed to her by Israeli soldiers present at the scene. Zedek's claim was highly suspect, since none of the many other journalists in the same kibbutz that day claimed to have heard such a thing. Nonetheless, Zedek's report spread like wildfire and caused many Western observers and political leaders to voice their support for Israel. However, as Tenbarge and Chan note, due to the absence of evidence, the reports are still unconfirmed and in some cases have been retracted. A spokesperson from the Israeli army itself would eventually go on to say, We have seen the news, but we do not have any details or confirmation about that. The well-regarded and veteran journalist Rami Khouri deemed the reporting of such a suspect story during a highly sensitive period to be an insult against journalism and the high standards expected from members of the field. By the time these stories were discredited, the damage was already done, as Israel was able to garner public support and enlist the support of most Western countries in its Hamas equals Islamic State narrative. If the events of 2023 have proven anything, it is that the truth was the first victim of Israel's vicious war. With the current crisis reaching the 2-month mark, no direct photographic or video evidence has been provided to substantiate such strong claims. Instead, these claims have only gained currency in public forums thanks to hearsay and rumours that are yet to be verified by an independent and neutral body. It is interesting to note that during the same time frame, Palestinian journalists have been able to share hundreds of videos and photographs that display limbless or decapitated Gazan children who were killed due to the indiscriminate airstrikes and artillery shelling by the Israeli army. Why the Israeli authorities cannot do the same raises serious questions and casts doubts on their assertions. Mark Owen Jones, a scholar and professor of media studies at Qatar's Hamad bin Khalifa University, succinctly outlined the obvious and glaring problems found in this account. Regardless of how you frame this, there is clearly misleading information around two things. A. Ages killed. Zedek said babies/children. B. How they were killed. Some or all beheaded. The lack of clarity and consistency, singular sourcing is enough to indicate caution with the story. Another vital piece of evidence challenging the Israeli account comes from captives who were freed or rescued from the adjacent kibbutzes. Virtually all of them have confirmed that Hamas fighters did not harm them when they were confined. Such an explanation appears unsurprising, since harming or killing the hostages would be a counterproductive measure, as it would run contrary to the objective of being able to secure a prisoner swap. As a militant group, Hamas planned this attack with a strategic objective in mind, namely to ensure that higher-ranking military personnel were taken as a bargaining chip for future negotiations. Arranging a major mission to cross the Gaza Strip's perimeter simply to kill as many civilians confers no objective tactical or military gains. This ultimately leads to the question of why the number of casualties was so unusually high. There are testimonial and circumstantial factors which both lend credence to the view that it was the Israeli forces themselves who killed many of their fellow citizens on October 7th. A telling account in this regard comes from Yasmin Porat, a resident of Kibbutz Be'eri, who was held captive on that fateful day. In her account, she related in an Israeli radio program that Hamas militants took her as a hostage from a house she sought refuge in and moved her to a nearby domicile with other captured individuals. Regarding her ordeal, she states, "They treated us very humanely. By that, I mean they guarded us. They gave us to drink here and there. When they saw that we were nervous, they calmed us down. It was very frightening, but no one treated us violently." In her account, she also noted that the captors did not wish to kill them and instead sought to secure their transfer to Gaza. When asked to explain how many of her fellow counterparts were killed, she noted that the Israeli police forces who arrived in the residence began a fierce firing battle, even going as far as using tank shells to destroy the residence in its entirety. In the midst of the intense crossfire, she added that it was the Israeli forces who eliminated everyone, including the hostages. When the radio host asked Porat whether she was sure that it was her own nation's police forces that killed the hostages, she said, "Undoubtedly, that's what I believe." The other key factor which assigns preponderance to the view that the killings were a result of Israeli forces shelling the premises is the substantial damage done to the houses and structures situated in the kibbutzes. This is a most curious fact, since concrete and mortar structures cannot be destroyed by the rifles and grenades that Hamas fighters possess. Writing for The Guardian, the Jerusalem-based journalist Kike Kirzenbaum scanned the grounds in the aftermath of the devastation and made the following observation. Building after building has been destroyed, whether in the Hamas assault or in the fighting that followed. Nearby trees splintered and walls reduced to concrete rubble from where Israeli tanks blasted the Hamas militants where they were hiding. Floors collapsed on floors, roof beams were tangled and exposed like rib cages. Indeed, in a further setback against the Israeli narrative, Tuval Eskapa, the security head of one of the kibbutz complexes, confirmed that Israeli commanders made difficult decisions, including shelling houses on their occupants in order to eliminate the terrorists along with the hostages. Furthermore, there is concrete evidence from Israeli military personnel which demonstrates that units deployed to the kibbutzes on October 7th fired in an indiscriminate fashion, which led to the death of Hamas militants and civilians alike. For instance, one may consider the recent testimony of Israeli Lieutenant Mikhail, who was part of a tank unit deployed on October 7th to eliminate the fighters that had infiltrated the Gaza envelope. In his account, Mikhail states, "We arrived at the entrance of the Hulit compound and the gate was closed. We entered the compound, broke the gate with the tank, and followed the directions pointed out by the soldier. Then the soldier told me, 'Fire over there! The terrorists are there!' I asked him, 'Are there any civilians, Israelis there?' His response was, 'I don't know, just fire!' On a similar note, Israeli Lieutenant Colonel Nov Erez assessed the harrowing events of October 7th by stating, 'What we've seen here is mass Hannibal. There were many gaps in the fences. There were thousands of people in many different vehicles, both with and without hostages. It was an impossible task to identify and do what was allowed.' Such a fact may, at first sight, seem perplexing and even counterintuitive. Why would Israel ever undertake the decision to shell its citizens? The answer to this lies in a highly controversial Israeli policy known as the Hannibal Directive, which is used to remain immune from the pressure of foreign opponents. Essentially, the Hannibal Directive compels the Israeli army to kill Israelis rather than let them be taken hostage. It usually applies to military personnel, but has been used against Israeli civilians too. In short, the directive functions as a cold but strategic wartime calculus, with the critical underlying theme being that a dead Israeli is better than a captured Israeli. According to several observers, it is likely that the Israelis calculated that destroying many of the residential areas of the kibbutzes was a necessary sacrifice to prevent any additional hostages from being taken, which would increase the leverage of Hamas in any prospective negotiations. In order to avoid such a suboptimal outcome, the Israeli army came to the determination that having all parties killed would be better than having them all left alive, which would have likely led to the hostages being led to Gaza. TRT journalist Paul Salvatore leans to the conclusion that Israeli troops themselves killed the hostages and even calls for an investigation to hold the perpetrators to justice. He adds, "If enough concrete evidence surfaces to show that Israel employed the directive, Israel will be further exposed as a fraudulent democracy woefully failing to recognize human life if doing so advances its impersonal interests." The standard Israeli narrative concerning the events of October 7th is also belied by the statements of Hamas officials themselves, who argue that the Western media is guilty of being hypocritical, circulating lies, and displaying selective outrage. While the West has put the case of the 250 Israeli hostages in the spotlight, the Palestinian authorities ask when and where did any member states of the international community display their concern with the 5,000 Palestinians, which include hundreds of women and children, who have been arbitrarily detained, confined indefinitely, and denied of their habeas corpus rights. This far greater sum of individuals, they point out, are also, without any doubt, hostages. In a few public forums and conference sessions, Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad officials asked the world to listen to their side of the story and to at least empathize with their cause. They stressed many essential facts which belie the mainstream Western narrative. First, they noted that this operation was not a spur-of-the-moment attack, but had been meticulously planned for over a year. A critical spiritual impetus for the fighters was the constant desecration of the Al-Aqsa Mosque over the last few years, which is why they named their operation after the sacred space. Secondly, they highlighted the fact that the situation in the occupied territories was rapidly deteriorating in the last few years due to the increased aggression of the Israeli army. Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad officials here hint that they gathered credible intelligence which indicated that Netanyahu was undermining the state of the Palestinian lands in order to facilitate a unilateral assault on Gaza. Thus, to preempt the Israeli menace's plans, Hamas decided that it would be better for them to launch the first strike and benefit from the element of surprise. Thirdly, Hamas officials confirmed that they had received specific and unequivocal instructions from the senior-ranking members of the group not to target any civilians. The sole aim of the operation was to capture Israeli military personnel stationed at the kibbutzes adjacent to Gaza in order to secure a prisoner swap in the future. Fourthly, Hamas spokesperson noted that their forces were unaware of the Supernova music festival occurring in Reim, and as their militants landed within or nearby the concert's perimeter, mayhem ensued as many of the party-goers were killed in the crossfire with Israeli troops stationed nearby. They also reiterate that it was solely their intention to take soldiers as hostages. However, due to their surprise landing in the middle of a concert and the unexpectedly rapid success of the operation, some civilians were inadvertently taken as well. Lastly, the official spokespeople of Hamas denied the charges of committing any atrocities against Israeli civilians, particularly that of raping women or beheading children. After assessing the two narratives through a balance of probabilities outlook, the account offered by Hamas appears far more compelling. First and foremost, in a military state like Israel, soldiers are relatively more valuable than civilians for the purposes of arranging prisoner swaps, as they offer a higher ratio of return. For this reason, it would not make sense for Hamas to intentionally seize so many civilians to have their own civilians returned through an exchange process, as the strategic gains would be less. Secondly, Israeli officials and military personnel have failed to explain how so many houses in the kibbutz complexes have been heavily damaged or reduced to ashes, despite Hamas lacking the weaponry to inflict such damage. The Israeli army must have used such heavy weapons in its panicked counter-response. The Israelis have already implicitly admitted to this fact when they officially downgraded the casualty count from 1,400 to 1,200. They noted that the overestimate stemmed from the later apprehension that 200 of the bodies they had taken into consideration in the original count belonged to Hamas soldiers. From this, one may infer that many of the horrific scenes of charred and burnt bodies resulted from the Israeli army's own artillery and airstrikes, which intuitively must have killed many Israelis as well. Thirdly, the Israeli state has remained tight-lipped about the potential activation of the Hannibal Directive on 7th of October. An official statement denying its usage could be issued in minutes. Nevertheless, government officials and military leaders refused to add any comment, perhaps due to the recognition that their narrative is progressively becoming more challenging to believe. 3.4. An objective critique of the human shields charge. The fourth key argument that pro-Israel proponents often invoke is the charge that Hamas uses members of the Palestinian civilian population as human shields. As such, they reason civilian casualties are an unfortunate consequence of Israeli shelling or strikes, often signified through the term collateral damage, and attacks against militant areas. The Israeli army cannot then be responsible for the death of innocent children or women. This claim was expressed forcefully by Rabbi Shmuley Boteach in a heated debate with Muhammad Hijab, with the former stating to his interlocutor, The children in Gaza are dying because Hamas uses them as bulletproof vests. However, does this charge withstand critical scrutiny? In reality, the evidence cited for this claim lacks any epistemic warrant. In the aftermath of the 2014 onslaught known as Operation Protective Edge, Amnesty International objectively assessed this charge that was rendered ad nauseum against Hamas. In its final report it said, "Several of Hamas's actions which have been discussed above, such as storing munitions in civilian buildings or launching attacks from the vicinity of civilian buildings, violate the obligation to take all feasible precautions to protect civilians from the effects of attacks, but they do not necessarily amount to the specific violation of using human shields under international humanitarian law." Even more firmly, the report absolves Hamas of the particular charge of using human shields by stating, "The Israeli authorities have claimed that in a few incidents, the Hamas authorities or Palestinian fighters directed or physically coerced individual civilians in specific locations to shield combatants or military objectives." Amnesty International has not been able to corroborate the facts in any of these cases. The irony is that there is concrete evidence which demonstrates that the Israeli army itself is guilty of using Palestinians as shields in several episodes. Despite the Supreme Court of Israel prohibiting the practice, Israeli soldiers continued to occasionally use Palestinians as human shields even after the court ruling, especially during military operations. For example, over the course of Operation Cast Lead, which took place in Gaza from December 2008 to January 2009, B'Tselem and other organizations were informed of incidents in which soldiers used Palestinians as human shields. In a parallel fashion, the well-respected non-governmental organization Defense for Children International has also documented 17 cases of Palestinian children being used as human shields by Israeli forces. Considering the facts mentioned above, it becomes evident that the charge that Hamas uses human shields is unfounded. Even if one were to adopt the Israeli frame of reasoning, their justification for killing civilians through the pretext of human shields faces several other hurdles. For one thing, it strongly suggests that the Israeli government actually takes no moral offense to targeting civilians and merely views them as collateral damage. Essentially, they have not even entertained the possibility of eliminating the enemy without killing civilians in the process. The human shield argument is flawed, since it fallaciously assumes the existence of a symmetry of power between the involved belligerent sides. In objective terms, the Israeli side enjoys military and strategic superiority, but it uses its absolute power edge to bombard civilian areas and neighborhoods in Gaza indiscriminately. Such an act is not only egregious and immoral, but it also amounts to collective punishment, which is illegal under international law. As a counter, Israel often claims that it must employ such heavy-handed tactics to subdue Hamas and rescue the remaining hostages currently detained in their underground networks. However, this claim does not withstand critical scrutiny. For one thing, Israel possesses the resources and special units, such as the Sayeret Matkal, to surreptitiously launch a special operation to save the hostages from the tunnels that they are currently confined in. However, such special forces have not been marshalled or used on the battlefront. Secondly, at the present moment, much to the anger of its citizens, the Israeli government is undertaking aerial and ground shelling operations that have indiscriminately killed the people situated in Gaza, including many of the hostages taken on October 7th. The blanket carpet bombing of Gaza suggests that the Israelis might be unconcerned with the safety or release of the hostages. Indeed, several preliminary and unconfirmed reports suggest that a substantial number of the hostages have been killed as a result of the Israeli bombardment, which has rained at least 20,000 bombs on the Gazan enclave in the short span of 6 short weeks. At first, this might appear to be a counterintuitive thesis, but it appears to be the current stance of the Netanyahu government. According to a number of sources, Netanyahu, who is facing a severe crisis of confidence on the political front, has no objective in launching a full-blown war against Hamas except to prolong his grip on power and keep his political opponents at bay. For the family members and citizens who want these hostages returned, the Israeli military response has been counterproductive from a strategic standpoint and has only further raised the stakes of the war. The fact that Israel has not mobilized any special units to rescue the hostages surgically and instead has opted to exert ham-handed force suggests that it is less interested in freeing the hostages and instead is more concerned with implementing a shock-and-awe operation. This strategy is very likely one that Netanyahu has authorized for his political ends, but geopolitical considerations may also be in mind. Some recent leaked memorandums and statements from Dutch attachés based in Tel Aviv suggest that Israel is striking innocent civilians not because they are near militant areas, but simply to exact revenge, exact political gains, and demonstrate their brute force to their regional rivals. More specifically, the reputable leak states that Israel's military objective entails showcasing credible military force to show Iran and its proxies such as Hezbollah that they will stop at nothing. This explains why Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant threatened Hezbollah that any escalation of their border area strikes would cause Lebanon to meet the same fate as Gaza. In an official statement, Gallant chillingly remarked, "What we can do in Gaza, we can also do in Beirut." Once again, such a modus operandi demonstrates that the high civilian casualty count has nothing to do with Hamas using Gazans as human shields, but instead reflects Israel's unilateral decision to target civilian areas, which is a flagrant violation of international law. The Israeli war machinery has adopted the flawed and immoral strategy of indiscriminately bombing civilian areas simply out of the pretext of killing alleged Hamas targets. Zionist leaders and supporters from Israel and the West have applauded this strategy, and they believe that destroying the entire Gaza Strip and its citizens would be an acceptable price to pay, as long as it leads to the decimation of Hamas and the elimination of any Palestinian political movements. Several high-ranking Israeli officials and military leaders have admitted that the underlying strategy of their 2023 Operation Iron Swords is to inflict maximum damage on the Gaza Strip, which, ipso facto, includes high civilian casualties. For instance, in a speech issued just 3 weeks ago, Israeli President Isaac Herzog dangerously invoked the principle of collective punishment as a guiding military instrument against the people of Gaza. It is an entire nation out there that is responsible. It is not true. This rhetoric about civilians not being aware, not involved, it's absolutely not true. Such a proclamation represents a clear departure from the most basic of legal and moral standards, since it constitutes collective punishment of a group of people, which is a war crime. Those are not the words of political leaders who are expressing concern and alarm that a militant group is using its civilians as human shields. Instead, these are the utterances of individuals who wish to harm civilians, even if they are geographically distant from Hamas. The wholesale and inhumane maximum destruction technique adopted by Israel is also telling from another perspective, insofar as it disqualifies the human shields argument. Israel's own proclaimed military strategy of indiscriminate carpet bombing the entire Gaza Strip bars any utility that may be found in using a human shield strategy, which ironically nullifies its accusation. Put in another way, Hamas cannot logically use any Palestinian civils as shields, since Israel views all areas and districts to be legitimate targets. That is because in every conflict it engages in, and especially in the case of the 2023 invasion of Gaza, Israel's range of fire is entirely unrestricted. It targets hospitals, mosques, press offices, bakeries, and even ambulances. Against this violent and genocidal backdrop, even if it wanted to, it would be futile for Hamas militants to adopt any form of human shield strategy to protect their forces. Even if one were to assume, for argument's sake, that the human shields argument has some bearing on the 2023 crisis, and Hamas is gathering its forces and tunnels near civilian areas, it could be refuted through a thought experiment. Suppose a violent shooter on the run enters a store, barricades themselves in the building, and takes the shopkeeper as hostage. In response to this crisis, the police contingents and special forces proceed to bomb the entire building and kill everyone in the structure through the pretext that the shopkeeper was a human shield. Such a course of action would be deemed both disproportionate and a violation of the most basic code of ethics. However, the logic of the Israeli military would dictate that destroying the whole structure is the right thing to do, since it would eliminate the threat. The death of all innocent civilians would be dismissed as collateral damage. An even more concrete and relevant thought experiment can be raised about Israel itself. In The Whole Show, the famous British radio presenter James O'Brien effectively raised a fascinating objection against the Shields argument during a decisive segment of his program with a caller named Stuart. Stuart attempted to argue that Israel could not be accused of murdering Palestinian children via its airstrikes, since their deaths can only be considered an unfortunate byproduct of targeting Hamas militants. Through this viewpoint, such deaths cannot be deemed intentional. In response, O'Brien neatly turned the tables on Stuart and asked what course of action Israel would be required to take if Hamas was hiding in an Israeli residential area. Would they be allowed to bomb a school or hospital on these grounds? Stuart argued that the same tactic of indiscriminate bombing could not be used in this hypothetical scenario, but he could not provide any satisfactory rationale to justify this distinction. This ultimately led O'Brien to ask, why is it called collateral damage if it happens in Gaza, but not in Israel? Eventually, Stuart reluctantly admitted that the reason why indiscriminately bombing a hospital or school in the Jewish state would be unacceptable is that Israeli lives are more valuable than those of the Palestinians. It is unfortunate to find that Western scholars, legal practitioners, and politicians are adopting the same ethnocentric view espoused by Stuart, which deems the deaths of Palestinians to be nothing more than a minor inconvenience. 3.5. Challenging the "you elected Hamas, you die" argument. To justify their bloody and indiscriminate attacks against the civilian population of Gaza, some Israelis have raised the bold argument that the entire citizenry bears some level of responsibility for the conflict, since they opted to elect Hamas through a free and fair election held in 2006. Ever since that point, Hamas has presided as the official government of Gaza. For this reason, some pro-Israeli analysts contend that there are, in fact, no innocent civilians in Gaza, since they all carry a share of the blame for electing an extremist group. Israeli President Isaac Herzog alluded to this line of reasoning when he assigned blame upon the entire Gazan population by stating, "It is not true, this rhetoric about civilians not being aware, not involved. It's absolutely not true. They could have risen up. They could have fought against that evil regime which took over Gaza in a coup d'etat." Because Gazans elected Hamas and maintained the status quo for more than a decade, they are all culpable for the actions that the latter carried out on October 7th. This mode of reasoning is undoubtedly fallacious and can be refuted by presenting several basic statistical realities that shed light on the present demographic setting in Gaza. First and foremost, Hamas was elected almost 17 years ago. Ever since their ascent to power, no new round of elections have been held. Secondly, almost half of Gaza's population is under the age of 18, and approximately 70% of it is under the age of 30. Presently, the median age in Gaza is 18. Considering these figures and historical realities, this means that when the 2006 Palestinian legislative election was held, approximately 70% of the Gazan population consisted of youth who were 13 years of age or even younger. According to the United Nations Children's Fund, in 2006, out of the aggregate population of 1.4 million in Gaza, approximately 840,000 were children. Due to their status as minors, this large proportion of the population could not possibly participate in the 2006 legislative process since, on average, they would have only been a few years old. To then suggest that these individuals are somehow accountable for the political ascension of Hamas is an absurd proposition. Secondly, the suggestion that the entire civilian Palestinian population should bear direct responsibility for electing their government whitewashes the egregious act of collective punishment, which constitutes a war crime in international humanitarian law. A definitive and clear-cut section, Article 33, of the Fourth Geneva Convention prescribes the employment of collective punishment as a wartime tactic to punish the general population of a nation. No protected person may be punished for an offence he or she has not personally committed. Collective penalties and all measures of intimidation or terrorism are prohibited. Pillage is prohibited. Reprisals against protected persons and their property are prohibited. Israel's actions in the Gaza Strip indicate a callous disregard for the actions that are prohibited in this article. It is thus no surprise to find that the officials of many recognized international agencies and non-governmental organizations are currently accusing Israel of committing collective punishment. Philippe Lazzarini, who presides as the head of the United Nations Agency for Palestine Refugees, charged Israel with the crime in its currently military operation. In addition to making an urgent appeal for a humanitarian ceasefire, Lazzarini outlined the various inhumane modes of punishment that the Israeli war machine had put in place against the general population of Gaza. More than 700,000 displaced people live in similar degrading conditions in 150 UNRWA schools and buildings across the Gaza Strip. Our shelters are overcrowded, with little food, water, or privacy. The appalling sanitary conditions represent a looming public health hazard. Outside the shelters, entire neighborhoods have been leveled, extinguishing countless lives, hopes, and dreams. Hospitals, churches, mosques, bakeries, and UNRWA schools have not been spared. Thousands of children killed cannot be collateral damage. Pushing 1 million people from their homes and concentrating them in areas without adequate infrastructure is forced displacement. Severely limiting food, water, and medicine is collective punishment. Israel has not only destroyed the lives of an entire young generation of people living in the Gaza Strip, but also added insult to injury by suggesting that they are somehow responsible for electing a government that assumed power when they were still in their infancy. Thirdly, the argument that the entire citizenry of Gaza bears responsibility for the ascension and actions of Hamas is detrimental at an intellectual and political level. What is most shocking and egregious about Israel's carpet bombing of Gaza in 2023 is that it inadvertently serves the extremist narrative of terrorist groups like Al-Qaeda and its splinter cells. For decades, Al-Qaeda has justified its attacks against the civilian areas of Western countries because their voters elected their leaders, who in turn used their mandates as representatives of the people to bomb Muslim lands. Al-Qaeda's frame of reasoning is that every citizen of these Western countries is a legitimate target since they have legitimized their rulers through the ballot box and deferred to their executive decisions, which include waging wars against Muslim-majority countries. Of course, no one would accept this reasoning and justify the targeting of innocent civilians living in the West on these grounds. It is for this reason that Al-Qaeda's actions have been consistently condemned by both Muslims and non-Muslims alike. It is then disturbing to find that Israeli authorities and military leaders are borrowing the same myopic logic of Al-Qaeda and applying it to the Palestinian citizenry to justify their indiscriminate targeting of civilian areas. By employing such dangerous reasoning, the Israeli army has ended up mirroring the modus operandi of terrorist groups, which opine that ordinary civilians enjoy no political rights. By doing so, they have departed from the most basic standards of morality and, ironically, become what they claim to hate. Section 4. Nullifying miscellaneous pro-Israel talking points. The final section of this book assesses several false underpinnings and notions that inform the creation and persistence of Israel as a colonial entity. There are a number of ever-ready talking points that are invoked by Zionist figures to justify the ongoing occupation and to delegitimize the existing resistance forces. While it is true that many of these arguments are not directly related to the current 2023 hostilities, they are nevertheless worthy of analysis. Indeed, they are comprised of dominant theoretical assumptions that inform the pro-Zionist movement and its viewpoint vis-à-vis the Palestinian people. The key arguments that will be critiqued and deconstructed in this section are the following. 1. Before Jewish settlers entered and inhabited the region, Palestine was a barren and empty land that had no indigenous population. 2. Ever since Israel's withdrawal from Gaza in 2005, the enclave has never been occupied. As such, Gaza was afforded the freedom to develop into an economically prosperous state, but it squandered this opportunity and became a bastion for terrorism. For this reason, all fault lies squarely on Hamas and the Palestinian citizenry who elected them. 3. Hamas is a terrorist group, and the Israeli government cannot and should not enter into peace negotiations with it, regardless of the circumstances. 4. If Hamas is destroyed or removed from power, all obstacles to peace will be removed, and the door to negotiations can be opened. 5. Israel has always been committed to solving the Palestinian crisis, and has offered many generous peace proposals. Nevertheless, the Palestinian leadership has refused to accept such offers or sit at the negotiating table. 6. The famous American commentator Ben Shapiro successfully defended Israel's wartime conduct in the Oxford Union. 7. Most of the Israeli population, which believes in the values of democracy and human rights, is pleased with or indifferent to its government's occupation of the Palestinian people, which implies that the situation in Gaza, the West Bank and East Jerusalem may not be as bleak as commonly portrayed. And 8. Jews cannot and should not entertain the proposal of disbanding the State of Israel, since that would cause them to be subject to Muslim rule, which is intolerable. 4.1. The myth of the barren land thesis. One of the most central foundational myths invoked by Israelis to justify the creation of their Jewish state is the claim that Palestine was simply an empty and barren land that necessitated being populated by a new demographic group. They then proceed to state that no group could be a worthier candidate for living in this unpopulated terrain than the Jewish people, who had been exiled and stateless for a millennia from the Holy Land. To encapsulate these 2 points effectively in a terse maxim, Zionists fighting for a Jewish homeland in Palestine often employed the catchy phrase, "a land without a people, and a people without a land." A key figure who persistently employed this phrase to justify the creation of Israel in the Palestinian territories was Israel Zangwill, a prominent member of the Zionist movement. According to this meta-narrative, the region consisted of virgin or undeveloped plots of land waiting to be settled. Jewish migrants from Europe were the first to undertake this endeavor. One of the biggest proponents of this false motif was Chaim Weizmann, a high-ranking member of the Zionist movement who would eventually become the first president of Israel. In one notable statement, Weizmann vividly described how members of the movement exploited this narrative to justify their forced expropriation of the Palestinian territories. In its initial stage, Zionism was conceived by its pioneers as a movement wholly depending on mechanical factors. There is a country which happens to be called Palestine, a country without a people, and on the other hand, there exists the Jewish people, and it has no country. What else is necessary, then, other than to fit the gem into the ring, to unite this people with this country? Even after the establishment of Israel, the story would be used in schools and other educational institutions as a means to erase the indigenous population altogether. Dan Ben Amotz effectively articulated the dominant discourse that flooded later Israeli public culture when he said, "The Arabs do not exist in our study books." This is apparently in accordance with the Jewish Zionist socialist educational principles that we inherited. A people without a country returns to a country without a people. Such a founding story myth has proven to be instrumental in serving the Zionist agenda in two crucial ways. First, it confers a false sense of continuity in the Jewish claim to Palestine proper by negating the existence of any prior inhabitants in the region. Secondly, it effectively erases the existence of the Palestinian communities who thrived and prospered in the region for centuries. Through this well-crafted narrative, Zionists were able to convince their audiences that the notion of Palestine being a nation is nothing more than a modern lie, since the land was allegedly left undeveloped and uncultivated. However, in reality, the foundations of the Israeli state can be traced to the violent dispossession and displacement of the indigenous Palestine population. To further add insult to injury, these innocent Arab civilians were then deprived of their right to return, an injustice which endures until the present day. In some crucial contexts, Zionist authorities have been ready to admit that this land without a people narrative was nothing more than a well-concocted fabrication. For instance, in a 1969 speech delivered before the Israel Institute of Technology in Haifa, the former Israeli Minister of Defense, Moshe Dayan, said, "Jewish villages were built in the place of Arab villages. You do not even know the names of these Arab villages, and I do not blame you because geography books no longer exist. Not only do the books not exist, the Arab villages are not there either. Nahlal arose in the place of Mahlul, Kibbutz Gvat in the place of Jipta, Kibbutz Sarid in the place of Hunayfis, and Kefar Yehusha in the place of Tal Ash-Shuman. There is not a single place built in this country that did not have a former Arab population." Besides Dayan, one can also find a similar admission from the prominent British Lord and Foreign Secretary Arthur Balfour, a staunch Zionist. Balfour, who would be most famously known for promising the Jewish people a homeland in Palestine through a declaration named after him, actually affirmed that the bulk of the indigenous population in Palestine consisted of Arabs. Even Israel Zangwill, who was a champion of the cultural Zionist movement, realized that Palestine already had an indigenous Arab population after he personally visited the region in 1897. In 1905, in a speech delivered in Manchester, Zangwill addressed his audience by stating, "Palestine proper had already its inhabitants. The Pashalic district of Jerusalem is already twice as thickly populated as the United States, having 52 souls to the square mile, and not 25% of them Jews." In the face of such glaring facts, Zionists could not deny that Palestine had an overwhelmingly Arab population. To that end, they proceeded to concoct another sinister thesis to disqualify the indigenous population's claim to the land. In this new claim, members of the Zionist movement invented the myth that Palestine only assumed its name and ethnic character due to the Arab conquests in the 7th century CE, which was spurred by the nascent Islamic religion. However, this claim is false and belied by many historical references which indicate that even prior to the famous Muslim-led conquests, the region had a predominantly Arab population. In reality, the Arabization of Palestine was facilitated by Christian Arabs who lived, settled, and prospered in the area centuries prior to the advent of Islam. This latter fact has been documented and authenticated by several neutral observers. For instance, one may consider the account of the pre-modern chronicler Herodotus, a contemporary of Socrates. Referred to by Cicero as the father of history, Herodotus penned a work between 450 to 420 BC entitled Histories, which documented the wonders and peculiarities he witnessed in various parts of the world. Within this work, Herodotus outlines his sojourn at a land he refers to as Palestine, with his description vividly matching the characteristics found in the geographical region bearing the same name today. An important detail which he shared in his account was the monopoly that the Arabs enjoyed over the incense trade. This economic hegemony was a factor that allowed them to exercise control over the seaports of Palestine as well. On a similar note, contemporary scholars echo many of the assessments shared by Herodotus, particularly his assertion that Arabs were living in the Palestinian region before the Common Era. For instance, David Ashery, a leading professor of classical history at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, argues that during Herodotus' time, the bulk of the Palestinian population consisted of Arabs, with only a minority of them consisting of Jews. Most interestingly, one cannot find any statement from Herodotus where he uses the terms Canaan or Israelites within the context of Palestine. In the face of such facts and statements from reputable figures, the suggestion that Palestine only attained its name and identity as a distinct geographical unit in the 7th century CE is unfounded. In addition, some ancient scholars and historians identified Palestine as a distinct region. The key figures mentioned in this regard include Aristotle, Strabo, Pliny the Elder, Pomponius Mela, Ammianus Marcellinus, and many others. Nevertheless, there are even strong archaeological indicators pointing to the existence of Palestine during ancient times. For instance, one may consider the mortuary temple of Ramses III at the Medinat Habu temple in Luxor, which is considered one of Egypt's best preserved ancient religious structures. Within the bowels of this structure, an inscription dating back to 1150 BC refers to Palestine. Moreover, an ancient tablet registered back in 717 BC refers to the land of Palestine and notes that the Assyrian Empire incorporated it. The field area of numismatics, concerned with the study of coins from past nations, also provides crucial clues concerning the ancient roots of Palestine. This discipline has also played a crucial role in uncovering the economic status and self-sufficiency of bygone empires and societies such as Palestine. Scholars specializing in this field reveal that during the 6th to 4th century BC, the land of Palestine functioned as an independent political region and had its coinage and currency, which were known as Philisto-Arabian coins. Such a finding demonstrates that Palestine was a fertile and economically prosperous land and enjoyed significant autonomy in its socio-political affairs. Even before the Islamic call emerged and penetrated the Levantine region, Arabs represented the dominant demographic group in Palestine. A key historical event that can be cited to demonstrate this point is the famous Council of Chalcedon, held in 451 CE. This was a decisive meeting between Christian clergymen that established a fundamental Christian tenet, namely, the twin nature of Jesus as both man and God. It so happens that the city of Gaza, which is situated in Palestine, was also represented in this council through the attendance of an Arab bishop. Similarly, on the political front, it was often the custom that the Byzantine emperors of the Eastern Roman Empire would assign the rulership post of Palestine to Arab kings. For instance, the 6th century Roman Emperor Justinian appointed Abu Karib ibn Jabla as the ruling authority over the land of Palestine. In light of these established facts, there can be no doubt that a territorial entity bearing the name of Palestine has existed for millennia, with its population predominantly consisting of Arabs. These historical truths fly in the face of the so-called barren land thesis, which gives the false impression that the land of Palestine was bereft of an indigenous community that had subsisted and settled there since antiquity. Notwithstanding their most vigorous and unethical efforts, Zionist pseudo-historians will not be able to erase the rich and vibrant history of the Palestinian people. 4.2. Challenging the claim that Gaza is not an occupied territory. Defenders of the Israeli state often claim that Palestine is, for all intents and purposes, a free state, and as such it alone bears responsibility for its decades-long problems with political turmoil and economic stagnation. Proponents of this view often cite the fact that former Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon unilaterally opted to withdraw all forces and settlers from the Gaza Strip in 2005, which allegedly allowed the inhabitants of Gaza to enjoy full autonomy and determine their own political path. According to this narrative, the present plight of the Palestinians is squarely their responsibility, since they opted to trek a path of violence by electing radical political leaders and parties that lack the know-how to spark genuine political and economic development. Hamas was elected in 2006, which displaced the Palestinian Authority and marked a dark spiral towards radicalism. In fact, it is not hard to find many supporters of this position stating that Gaza had the potential to become a flourishing, trade-oriented and economically prosperous city like Singapore. However, it turned away from that opportunity to become a terrorist dystopia like the benighted lands formerly under ISIS. However, this argument is fallacious and ignores several realities on the ground. The claim that Israel's withdrawal from Gaza marks an end to the occupation is a hasty conclusion. Almost every authoritative international body that enjoys standing in global affairs affirms that the Gaza Strip has been under Israeli occupation ever since 1967. It would be taxing to enumerate the names of all the bodies and non-governmental organizations that uphold such a view. However, some of the most vocal backers of this position include the International Committee of the Red Cross, the United Nations, Amnesty International, and Human Rights Watch. Several official agencies, such as the United States Department of State, expressed the same view. While it is true that Israel ended its settler and military presence in Gaza in 2005, it still exercises effective control over the enclave through its choking land and naval blockade, countless border checkpoints, and almost Orwellian surveillance techniques used against the Palestinians. Against these odds, Palestinians have very little economic and political freedom, with their mobility rights also being severely limited. In its socio-political study of how Israel has interfered with the day-to-day operations of the Gaza Strip, the Geneva Academy of International Humanitarian Law and Human Rights concluded that notwithstanding its military withdrawal and eviction of Jewish settlers, Israel still met the effective control threshold needed for being an occupying power. An occupation may continue after withdrawal of troops from the territory under certain conditions. If the occupying power continues to exercise effective control, the law of occupation will apply. The majority of international opinion considers that Israel has retained effective control of the Gaza Strip by the control exercised over, inter alia, its airspace and territorial waters, land crossings at the borders, supply of civilian infrastructure, and key governmental functions such as the management of the Palestinian Population Registry. Under such circumstances, the suggestion that Gaza enjoys any significant degree of autonomy in its day-to-day affairs is frankly absurd. For this reason, John Dugard, who presided as the United Nations Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights in the Palestinian territories, vehemently denied Israel's claim that its occupation of Gaza had effectively ended in 2005 by stating, "In August 2005, Israel withdrew its settlers and armed forces from Gaza. Statements by the government of Israel that the withdrawal ended the occupation of Gaza are grossly inaccurate. Israel retained control of Gaza's airspace, sea space, and external borders, and the border crossings of Rafah, for persons, and Karni, for goods, were ultimately under Israeli control and remained closed for lengthy periods. In effect, following Israel's withdrawal, Gaza became a sealed-off, imprisoned, and occupied territory." United Nations Secretary General Ban Ki-moon echoed this assessment in 2007 when he said, "Israel remains an occupying power in respect of Gaza. Arguments that Israel ceased its occupation in Gaza in 2005 following the evacuation of its settlements and the withdrawal of its troops take no account of the fact that Israel retains effective control over Gaza by means of its control over Gaza's external borders, airspace, territorial waters, population registry, tax revenues, and governmental functions. This section establishes that Gaza has been considered occupied territory from 1967 until the present. However, the present crisis suggests that the status quo might shift from its already deplorable state to an even greater low. The greatest danger is that the scale of Israel's administration of the Gaza Strip will reach the level of full-blown annexation in the aftermath of the 2023 operation. Owing to the deep incursions in the 2023 operation, it appears that the occupation will only further intensify and assume, just as it did from 1967 to 2005, a military character. This was an option that the Israelis had always put on the table. In 2006, then Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Olmert threatened that the country's forces were always ready to reoccupy Gaza if needed or desired. "We will operate, enter and pull out as needed." The Israeli army has not only seized the majority of northern Gaza, but its ongoing activities in the enclave signify that it has no intention of withdrawing anytime soon, and this will only further underscore the fact that Israel has never had the intention to free Gaza from the shackles of political and economic dependency. 4.3. Piers Morgan and the "Do you condemn Hamas as a terrorist movement?" game. Piers Morgan, a famous English television broadcaster and the host of Piers Morgan Uncensored, has developed a notorious reputation for inviting commentators and public figures to appear on his show and discuss the present Palestinian crisis. Unfortunately, it is abundantly clear that Morgan has a strong bias against the Palestinian resistance, since he almost always commences his interview by asking his guest the prejudiced questions of, "Do you condemn what happened on October 6th? Or, do you condemn Hamas?" This hideous slant took a new extreme when Morgan aggressively attacked his guest Jeremy Corbyn, a British Member of Parliament and the former leader of the Labour Party. While Corbyn tried his best to advance a contextual approach, Morgan would have none of it and pressed the former to condemn Hamas. In rapid succession, Morgan asked Corbyn at least 15 times whether he thought Hamas was a terror group. "Are Hamas a terror group? Are they a terror group? Answer the question. Are they a terror group? 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 Why can't you say it? Are Hamas a terror group? Are Hamas a terror group?" Undoubtedly, Morgan views the entire issue through a skewed prism, with the critical issue at play being his restrictive use of terrorism to the Hamas movement only. He conveniently ignores the fact that Israel's use of violence against civilian areas to achieve their political objectives, coincidentally the definition of terrorism itself, is exponentially more significant than the events of October 7th. Section 3.1 already explored and tackled this claim. The purpose of this section is somewhat different, as it aims to deconstruct the epistemic assumptions that inform Morgan's line of questioning. More specifically, this section reveals the slanted underpinnings behind using the term terrorism in the dominant discourse. It also presents a historical study of Hamas, the roots of its emergence, and how it has attempted to broker peace with Israel on several occasions. Objective observers are well aware of the fact that structures of oppression use the term terrorism as a pejorative label to delegitimize resistance movements that have unheard yet valid grievances. As a famous critical thinker Noam Chomsky put it, "It's very simple. If they do it, it's terrorism. If we do it, it's counter-terrorism. That's a historical universal." The fact is that in their external interactions, state and non-actors are equally prone to wield violence. However, due to the state-dominated landscape we currently live in, it is expected to find international lawyers and political scientists reduce terrorism as solely being the product of non-state actors. Chomsky stated it best when he noted that the term terrorism is used by the great powers simply to refer to forms of violence of which they disapprove. On a similar note, Lee Jarvis notes that this political bias has also affected the academic study of terrorism. terrorism research has also tended to reduce terrorism to a very narrow and specific set of acts of violence, namely those conducted by non-state actors against civilians. As we shall see later, this is often seen to preclude discussion of state terrorism, a form of violence that is, for many, of far greater historical and contemporary significance. Because the international community has failed to develop a comprehensive definition of terrorism that incorporates state belligerence as well, this causes Hamas to be put under the microscope of scrutiny. Yet, in reality, the violent crimes of Israel supersede any of the atrocities that Hamas commits. This point was succinctly expressed by the American lawyer Stanley Cohen when he said, "There's no difference between suicide bombers blowing up buses or Israeli jets killing 50 children in a densely populated building. Death is death. We like to romanticize the Israeli army." Piers Morgan's line of argumentation falls on its head, since any condemnation of Hamas logically requires a fortiori the censure of the State of Israel. The latter is the only entity in this theatre that has used genocidal rhetoric against civilians and has carried out this threat against an entire territory. The key upshot of the analysis above is that there are no logical grounds to direct the condemnation card on Hamas or to disqualify its existence as a political actor on the Gaza front. Nevertheless, for argument's sake, let us entertain Piers Morgan's argument that Hamas is the only subversive entity in this conflict. Does such a claim necessarily preclude the option of engaging in negotiations with it? The answer is a firm no. A cursory look at historical conflicts demonstrates that governments have negotiated with militant groups to solve their internal conflicts. There is a myriad of examples which can be cited in this regard. For instance, against the backdrop of apartheid South Africa, the African National Congress, the ANC, which was led by Nelson Mandela and other prominent black figures, was formed as a resistance movement and a guerrilla force to challenge the racist regime. Although the ANC labelled itself as a liberation movement, it was classified as a terrorist organization in the United States, the United Kingdom, and even the apartheid government-ruling South Africa. Yet, despite having this hostile standpoint, the ruling apartheid government eventually entered into negotiations with the ANC and signed a compact that ended white minority rule in South Africa and paved the way for free and fair elections. What is remarkable about this positive political transformation is that it occurred rapidly, such that the one notorious and blacklisted ANC became a legitimate political leader in the post-apartheid era. Nelson Mandela, who led the ANC and would become the first president of South Africa in its new republic era, once famously said, "I was called a terrorist yesterday, but when I came out of jail, many people embraced me, including my enemies, and that is what I normally tell other people who say, those who are struggling for liberation in their country are terrorists. I tell them that I was also a terrorist yesterday, but today I am admired by the very people who said I was one." The same rapid shift from a terrorist entity to a legitimate political player could also be observed in the United Kingdom. In this context, the scrutinized group in question was none other than the provincial Irish Republican Army, which fought for the liberation of Ireland, specifically the northern region of the island, from British rule. To achieve this goal, the IRA was notorious for organising many attacks and bombings in both Ireland and England, which led to the deaths of hundreds of civilians. Perhaps the most notorious attack that the IRA ordered was the 1984 Brighton Hotel bombing, whose ultimate aim was the elimination of senior members of the British government, including Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, the Conservative Party cabinet. Despite taking such an extreme and belligerent posture, the IRA was not simply dismissed as a terrorist organisation. The British government eventually recognised the validity of its political grievances and entered into peace negotiations with it, culminating with the 1998 Good Friday Agreement. Moreover, within this context, one cannot forget to mention the example of the Palestine Liberation Organization. Unbeknownst to many, during its formative and early years, the PLO was known for staging several violent attacks against Israeli centers and assets. The PLO explicitly stated that it did not recognize the existence of Israel and even sought its total dissolution. However, as Stanley Cohen notes, despite these harsh truths, the Israelis still negotiated with the PLO, which had a charter that called for the destruction of Israel. They still negotiated. They negotiated out of reality. Despite viewing the Israelis as an occupying force, the PLO entered into negotiations with the former via the mediating efforts of the United States, which eventually culminated in the Oslo Accords. Over time, the PLO softened their political positions and removed the provision calling for Israel's destruction from their charter. What can be derived from these past historical realities? The fundamental point is that labeling a group or organization as being a terrorist entity is a subjective determination that is determined by the political agenda of a given context or circumstance. In the short span of a few years, if a change suits the interests of the West, such labels are removed, and the pariah entity becomes a welcome political partner. This fact makes it evident that the designation of Hamas as a terrorist organization does not enjoy any objective significance. Piers Morgan's simplistic use of the terrorist card and dismissal of Hamas is not only a naive move, but it is also belied by past historical episodes where oppressive governments recognized their wrongs and entered into the bargaining table. Morgan may believe that he is taking a principled stance. However, in reality, he is siding against the oppressed and legitimizing far more violent forms of state terrorism exercised by the Israeli killing machine. 4.4. Nullifying the claim that, if Hamas disappeared, peace would be possible. Zionists and liberal backers of Israel frequently attempt to absolve Israel of all blame by arguing that the Jewish state's belligerent posture stems from the existence of Hamas, which has not acknowledged its existence and does not believe in a two-state solution. This is what forces Israel to take a harsh and belligerent stance. The backers of Israel argue that the solution to solving the crisis is quite simple. Without Hamas, peace is possible. Obviously, this is a naive and unfounded claim belied by the most basic of facts. Decades before Hamas even existed, Israel was heavily invested in committing a myriad of crimes against the Palestinian people, with its oppression reaching a critical threshold after it illegally occupied the West Bank, East Jerusalem, and Gaza after the 1967 Six-Day War. From 1967 to 1987, Israel killed at least 650 Palestinians, which represents an annual average of 32 per annum. In a 1986 poll, a significant proportion, often more than 50%, of Palestinians reported that due to the Israeli occupation, they had been subjected to political arrests, beatings and threats of physical violence from Israeli soldiers, harassment at Israeli checkpoints, and curfews. These shocking figures are significant since during this entire 20-year time frame, Hamas never existed as an entity, as it would only be formed in 1988. This all points to the fact that the actual cause of violence is not Hamas, but rather the occupying force of Israel. Even when considering the post-1988 era, it becomes evident that Hamas is not the effective cause or driver of Israeli crimes. For one thing, Hamas was established and remains a political force in Gaza and does not rule the West Bank. Despite this, for almost 50 years, Israel has been constructing illegal settlements in the West Bank by importing Jewish settlers into traditional Palestinian lands and arbitrarily evicting members of the indigenous population. The rate and speed by which the settlement program is being executed is alarming, since it has reduced the areas marked as Palestinian land to a hollowed-out archipelago. Human Rights Watch succinctly outlines the range of Israeli wrongdoings in the area during the last 50 years by stating, in 1967, Israel established 2 settlements in the West Bank, Kfar Etzion and East Talpiot. By 2017, Israel had established 230 settlements there, housing approximately 580,000 settlers. Israel applies Israeli civil law to settlers, affording them legal protections, rights, and benefits that are not extended to Palestinians living in the same territory who are subjected to Israeli military law. Israel provides settlers with infrastructure, services, and subsidies that it denies to Palestinians, creating and sustaining a separate and unequal system of law, rules, and services. In the last year, the rate of settler violence in the West Bank has reached record high levels. It jeopardizes the lives of thousands of Palestinians, with many Arabs already being killed or evicted from their properties. Secondly, even when it laid its foundations on the Gazan frontier, Hamas did not begin as a militant movement. Instead, it positioned itself as an organization in the charity sector and provided necessary welfare assistance and social services for the Gaza population. Hamas only attained a militant character against the backdrop of the First Intifada, 1987, which was sparked after an Israeli soldier killed several civilians in Gaza with their military truck. This traumatic event had a ripple effect on the entire Gaza Strip, and the Hamas movement was no exception to this. Members of the movement began to adopt a far more belligerent tone and sought to represent the security interests of the Gaza Strip. This was cemented with the development of a charter formerly known as the Covenant of the Islamic Resistance Movement. The charter did not recognize Israel and called for full resistance against the plundering Israeli government. However, it is interesting to note that while the Hamas leadership adopted harsh and uncompromising rhetoric, in reality, they were open to reaching a pragmatic compromise with Israel as long as the latter ended its rule of tyranny. For instance, in 1988, Mahmoud az-Zahar, who is one of the co-founders of Hamas, penned a formal peace resolution process and had it submitted to the Israeli authorities. According to the plan, a peace deal could be reached if Israel withdrew from the territories it had occupied in 1967, granted a general amnesty to all political prisoners, and provided the Palestinians the right to self-determination without any interference. Despite the deal reflecting moderation, it was rejected by the Israeli authorities. Similar long-term deals, even relatively temporary ones lasting for 10 years, were proposed by the Hamas leadership, but the Israelis always rejected them. In its foreign policy outlook and attempted engagement with Israel, Hamas had adopted an open and accommodating approach. It has stressed that it seeks to develop a durable peace agreement with Israel. However, it is adamant that there can be no peace without having justice first, which entails the permanent end of the occupation and political freedom for the Palestinians. Israel has flatly refused to accede to these demands, since it would have to forfeit all the Palestinian territories that it has illegally annexed. In his thoughtful analysis of Hamas's development and evolution, Zachary Foster argues that Israel is to blame for the failure of any meaningful peace process, not the militant group. Israel's leadership would have the world believe that Hamas has committed itself to unrelenting terror since its founding, a narrative soothing for the grieving Israeli public, but also one at odds with Hamas's complex evolution. A closer look at Hamas's history suggests that it sought a truce with Israel in 1988, 2006, 2008, 2012, and 2017. Alas, Israel has preferred war to peace, if peace means a challenge to Jewish demographic domination in Israel or a full withdrawal from the occupied Palestinian territories. Everyone desires peace, but such an aspiration is meaningless if one side is an unrepentant usurper that fails to realize its lengthy trail of wrongdoings against an occupied population. Put in another way, there can be no peace without the guarantee of justice. This golden principle can and must be implemented within the Palestinian context. In its false narrative and misplaced public relations agenda, Israel would want the world to believe that if Hamas simply lay down its weapons, peace would be possible. Such a claim is entirely absurd and is belied by basic historical facts which confirm that Israel is pursuing its neo-colonial and expansionist state project in an unabated fashion. If Hamas were to disappear today, Israel would continue expanding the sphere of its occupation, which is the effective cause that spurred the development of the militant group in the first place. Even if Hamas were to be removed from power, with the occupation still in place, other Palestinian militant groups would emerge to challenge the Zionist usurper. The efficient cause of the spiral of violence in the region is none other than Israel itself. Its illegal occupation, illicit settlements, and immoral apartheid structure all constitute solid barriers to a lasting peace resolution in the region. An undeniable fact that every reasonable person would agree with is the following. One need only look at maps of Israeli settlements in Palestinian territory to conclude that peace on equitable terms is not going to be offered willingly by a power engaged in a decades-long land theft. When an apartheid force refuses to submit to international legal standards and continues to expropriate territories with complete impunity illegally, one can appreciate why militant groups arise in the occupied territories and can enlist many resistant fighters in their squadrons. These Palestinian fighters have not adopted the path of violence for its own sake, but as a necessary means to support the little that remains of their homeland. Empathy is the only thing required to understand the impetus of the Palestinian resistance. It was this inequality that caused former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak to issue the following remark in 1998 during a live interview with journalist Gideon Levy. If I was a Palestinian at the right age, at some stage, I would have entered one of the terror organizations and fought from there, and later would have certainly tried to influence from within the political system. The resistance will continue as long as this unjust status quo remains in place. The door to peace can only be opened once the illegal occupation and its constituent elements, which include the unjust apartheid regime and illegal settlement structure, are removed. 4.5. Past peace proposals and the two-state solution. Fake jewels or genuine pearls. Liberals and Zionists often assert that both the West and the Israelis have provided the Palestinians with a plethora of opportunities to have an independent nation via the mechanism of a two-state solution. Nevertheless, on every occasion, it is the Palestinians themselves who have squandered such proposals due to their obstinance and lack of willingness to strike a compromise. Many political analysts and academics have echoed this narrative. However, a careful analysis of the various land distribution initiatives reveals that the entire so-called peace processes and partition plans have been heavily biased against the Palestinian people. It is unfortunate to find that this has been the case for the last 70 years. When the United Kingdom illegally occupied Palestine in the post-World War I era, the political and legal rights of the indigenous population were upset due to the allowed entry of Jewish settlers, who began unleashing violence and seizing the property of the former. Because of the rising Arab resistance, which consisted of civil disobedience and general strikes, against this illegal emigration program, the British government tasked Lord William Robert Wellesley Peel to lead the Palestine Royal Commission and unilaterally propose a solution for the crisis. In 1937, Peel released his report which, against the wishes of the Arab majority, proposed a partition plan that would divide the mandate into two separate states, one for the Arabs and the other for the new Jewish population. The execution of this plan had to be put on hold for several reasons, with the key inhibiting factors being the outbreak of World War II and the decline of British hegemony in the region. Sensing its grip on the region waning due to its increasing weakness, the British government shifted the issue to the newly formed United Nations, which was extremely weak and entirely dependent on the United States, which was open to a partition proposal. In 1947, the United Nations proposed an extremely skewed partition plan that acutely failed to account for the demographic realities of the region. Despite the Jewish settler population only consisting of roughly 1/3 of the total number of inhabitants, the United Nations allocated 56% of the total landmass of Palestine for a Jewish state. The plan was not just unjust, but it also afforded the Zionist movement the power edge it needed to implement the Nakba, destroy hundreds of Palestinian towns and cities, and usurp even further land. By the end of the 1948 war, the United Nations realized the error of its original plan. They proposed a new land distribution model that divided the landmass of Palestine proper into two relatively equal halves for the Arabs and Jews. However, the Israelis, who had managed to seize and administer more than 80% of the territory of Palestine, flatly rejected the proposal. The status quo would hit a new abysmal low in the aftermath of the 1967 Six-Day War, when Israel emerged victorious and seized all the Palestinian territories, which included Gaza, the West Bank, and Jerusalem. With the remaining Palestinian lands within their reach, the Israelis began entering the prospect of developing Jewish settlements in what would be known as the occupied territories. Against this devastating backdrop, where the Israelis were expropriating more and more land, the Palestinians had almost no bargaining power. By the 70s and 80s, many of the Arab countries, such as Egypt and Jordan, were gradually developing ties with Israel, which in turn caused them to abandon the Palestinian cause altogether. With the playing field extremely uneven, the Palestinian Authority, led by Yasser Arafat, was forced to accept an unjust deal in 1993, which is often known as the Oslo Accords. Despite being widely heralded as a massive diplomatic achievement of the United States, the interim agreement was highly one-sided, since it forced the Palestinian Authority to relinquish its claim to almost all of historical Palestine, whereby it would be forced to be content with a mere fifth of the total territory. Still, at least in theory and in the long term, the Oslo Accords were supposed to put a brake on any further Israeli settlements and ensure that the Palestinians could govern their state, however small it may be. The price for this concession was steep, however. The Palestinians were required to give up the right to return for all Palestinian refugees who were evicted from their properties during the original Nakba. For many Palestinian observers, the agreement was humiliating and a complete disgrace. In his review of the deal, Edward Said famously said that it was an instrument of Palestinian surrender, a Palestinian Versailles. The Palestinians have in effect discounted their unilateral and internationally acknowledged claim to the West Bank and Gaza. These have now become disputed territories. Thus, with Palestinian assistance, Israel has been awarded at least an equal claim to them. However, it will not take long for the already skewed Oslo process to be dealt with a quick and decisive coup de grace. The assassination of Israeli Prime Minister and leader of the Labour Party, Yitzhak Rabin, at the hands of a Jewish extremist in 1995 marked the death knell of the Oslo Accords, since from that point onwards, Israel would be led by far-right political forces. Rabin's successor would be none other than the Likud leader, Benjamin Netanyahu, who has dominated the Israeli political landscape for the last 3 decades. In the span of just a few short years, Netanyahu was able to torpedo the entire Oslo process by revamping the settlement development process in the occupied West Bank and East Jerusalem. Through this ambitious program, the Likud leader reduced the occupied territories to a series of hollowed-out cantons which are traversed by a maze of Jewish settlements. As the Israeli historian Avi Shleim noted more than 10 years ago, owing to these developments in the occupied territories, an independent and robust Palestinian state has become a near impossible proposition. As a result of settlement expansion, the area available for a Palestinian state has been steadily shrinking to the point where a two-state solution is barely conceivable. The so-called security barrier that Israel has been building on the West Bank since 2002 further encroaches on Palestinian land. Land grabbing and peacemaking do not go together. It is one or the other. In Schleim's view, the fault for the breakdown of the Oslo Accords lies solely in Netanyahu's hands since, for almost 3 decades, he has been able to publicly feign a desire for a just peace process while privately speeding up the construction of settlements. As he put it, Netanyahu is the procrastinator par excellence, the double-faced prime minister who pretends to negotiate the partition of the pizza while continuing to gobble it up. The same sentiment was echoed in 2023 by Craig Mokhiber, a former human rights official at the United Nations. In a recent interview with Al Jazeera, Mokhiber explained that the ship for having a two-state solution has already sailed, and any present suggestion by a Western state leader that they should wish to reactivate the process is an absurdity and an open joke. As he notes, there's nothing left for a Palestinian state that would be sustainable or just or possible in any respect, and everyone knows that. What makes the problem sobering is the fact that even the remaining slim slivers of land found in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, which can and should be strictly reserved to the Palestinians in a de jure sense, are being unrelentingly expropriated by the Israeli settler menace at an alarming pace. Regarding this abysmal state of affairs, the Palestinian political analyst Raim Oda wrote, "By building settlements and outposts on what is geographically recognized as Palestinian land, Israel undermines Palestinian sovereignty and preemptively bifurcates any future Palestinian state by limiting its urban development." The question of whether Israel ever genuinely wanted peace remains an open issue of contention. According to some analysts and scholars, the fact that Israel never withdrew from the West Bank and East Jerusalem and prescribed the development of illegal settlements in the occupied territories ever since the 1970s is a strong indication that the formation of a fair and equitable peace project was never an option on the table. This is the very conclusion championed by Glenn Robinson, a resident fellow at the Middlebury Institute of International Studies. Writing about the Likud party's complicity in the settlement enterprise, Robinson states the following: "The most important reason for the defeat of the Palestinian national state-building project has been Israel's settlements in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, which have been strongly promoted by Netanyahu since 2009. The preclusion of any serious future withdrawal from the West Bank was the reason why the Likud party put the settlement project on steroids after its 1977 election victory. The Likud's settlement drive was designed to keep the West Bank under permanent Israeli control and had both political and strategic dimensions. Israel never wished to relinquish its control over the West Bank, a crucial fact that signifies its unwillingness to give up the territories it had illegally seized in 1967. 4.6. A conservative commentator's folly. Ben Shapiro's inability to escape the moral equivalence conundrum. Ben Shapiro is a popular conservative commentator, podcaster, and columnist based in the United States. An avowed Zionist, Shapiro is one of the most vocal backers of Israel and its criminal wrongdoings during the 2023 operation in Gaza. Shapiro's grasp of politics and history is undoubtedly lacking. In normal circumstances, his comments would not be worthy of any response. However, his participation in a discussion at the Oxford Union increased his viewership exponentially and allowed him to espouse his fallacious opinions. In his opening statement, Shapiro accused pro-Palestine supporters of being Jew haters and genocidal enthusiasts. In his introductory session, Shapiro examined the events of 2023 through a tilted prism by centering his analysis on the events of October 7th and exclusively pinning the blame on Hamas. However, his astonishingly false arguments were revealed during the debate session. Within this context, Shapiro presented a series of arguments to defend Israel's conduct in its 2023 operation. His first argument constitutes an attempt to explain away the high civilian loss in Gaza caused by Israel's bombardment. This claim was formulated through a spirited counter-response against an audience member. Essentially, Shapiro was challenged by an interlocutor who applied the moral equivalence argument to Hamas and Israel. Suppose Shapiro deems Hamas's actions to be morally repugnant due to them targeting innocent civilians on October 7th to achieve their political goals. In that case, he must likewise condemn Israel, since they have also resorted to killing civilians in order to eliminate Hamas militants. From this viewpoint, the actions of Israel are morally equivalent to those of Hamas, and for this reason, singling out criticism against Hamas is an arbitrary move. Put in another way, if Shapiro believes that Israel's military engagements to free its hostages are morally permissible despite them causing a high number of civilian deaths, he must also grant the same concession to Hamas, since their main objective, through Operation Al-Aqsa Flood, was to procure an agreement that would lead to the emancipation of thousands of Palestinian prisoners in Israeli jails. In response, Shapiro contends that there can be no moral equivalence between the actions of Hamas and Israel, since while the former intentionally killed civilians, the latter's actions are justified because it is attempting to kill terrorists and civilian casualties are a cost of war. Defenders of the Israeli regime often argue that there is a massive distinction between the actions of Hamas and the Israeli government. They assert that Hamas and its affiliated groups mainly attack civilian communities, not military targets. This is the essence of Shapiro's counter-response as well. However, this claimed point of distinction is inaccurate, since Israel itself is guilty of committing a myriad of atrocities against civilian centers, including children, in the Gaza Strip and the West Bank. Indeed, the track record of the Israel Defense Forces is a clear testament to this fact, with the implementation of the Dahiya doctrine being the most concrete evidence in this regard. This doctrine prescribes the use of heavy and indiscriminate violence in civilian areas as a means to force the enemy government to capitulate and surrender. Indeed, Israel has activated this very military tenet in its current bombardment of the Strip. As confirmed by one Israeli intelligence official, the state apparatus has permitted the decimation of public and private buildings, along with all their inhabitants, situated in the enclave in order to harm Palestinian civil society, to create a shock that, among other things, will reverberate powerfully and lead civilians to put pressure on Hamas. Through this stunning revelation, it becomes apparent that in its warfare conduct, Israel maliciously and mercilessly depletes the lives of Palestinians in order to exert pressure on the Palestinian resistance. Such casualties cannot be waved away as being a form of collateral damage, since Israel is frequently aware of the demographic particularities of the civilian areas it targets and what the projected casualty count will be. Several Israeli officials have confirmed that the Israeli army has files on the vast majority of potential targets in Gaza, including homes, which stipulate the number of civilians who are likely to be killed in an attack on a particular target. This number is calculated and known in advance to the army's intelligence units, who also know shortly before carrying out an attack roughly how many civilians are certain to be killed. This point nullifies Shapiro's counter-argument and flips it on its head. Israel does not target Hamas militants to defeat them and accidentally kill Palestinian civilians as an unfortunate byproduct of war. Instead, Israel intentionally kills Palestinian civilians as a means to weaken the political legitimacy of the Palestinian resistance among its civilian population. Furthermore, as the Australian academic Uthman Badr notes, Israel has a lengthy history of targeting Palestinian civilians in areas where no militants are found to be present. With such a negative track record, the Israeli army's claim that it functions as an ethical and scrupulous actor in its warfare conduct cannot be accepted. For instance, during the Second Intifada in 2000, the Israeli Defense Forces shot and killed 11-year-old Muhammad ad-Durrah as his father tried in vain to shield him from his attackers. The entire scene was captured live and broadcast on television programs across the globe. Talal Abu Rahma, the cameraman who shot the scene, passed the following verdict concerning the incident. I can confirm that the child was intentionally and in cold blood shot dead and his father injured by the Israeli army. Secondly, in 2014, the Israeli army killed 4 young boys who were playing soccer at the Gaza City beach through a vicious missile attack. In this brazen strike against Palestinian youth, the Israeli military could not produce any meaningful rationale since there were no legitimate military targets in sight. During the 2018 Great March of Return, the Israeli Defense Forces were guilty of another brazen act of cruelty when one of their snipers killed 20-year-old Ruzan al-Najjar, a paramedic who was wearing a white vest during the scene of the incident. After leading an intensive study of the event, the politically neutral and non-profit organization B'Tselem concluded that an Israeli sniper intentionally shot al-Najjar despite her not posing as a security threat. Contrary to the many versions offered by the military, the facts of the case lead to only one conclusion. An investigation conducted by B'Tselem proves 20-year-old al-Najjar was fatally shot by a member of the security forces who was aiming directly at her as she was standing about 25 meters away from the fence, despite the fact that she posed no danger to him or anyone else and was wearing a medical uniform. However, perhaps one of the most shocking and egregious cases is that of the famous Palestinian American journalist Shireen Abu Akleh, whom an Israeli soldier killed while she was directly on the ground with her fellow Al Jazeera colleagues and covering an illegal Israeli raid in the Jenin refugee camp. Abu Akleh's death sent shockwaves around the world, for it demonstrated that Israel lacked the moral fiber to allow journalists to cover its military activities in the occupied territories. These are clear and shocking examples that Israel has a track record of intentionally killing civilians. In 2023, however, Israel has outdone itself by reaching an all-time new moral low. By bombing everything, the remarkable nature of the situation is that Israel can break every single rule of international law, the rules of war, and basic morality, and just shoehorn Hamas into the picture somewhere, and they don't have to prove anything. In its 2023 campaign, the army has targeted mosques, churches, hospitals, refugee camps, shelters, bakeries, and other civilian areas with the empty pretext that Hamas forces were nearby without providing any evidence. Shapiro is ironically right on one point. There is, in fact, no moral equivalence between the actions of Hamas and Israel. However, he is squarely wrong in his assertion that Hamas is the sole culpable actor that deserves to be condemned for its actions on October 7th. Here, Shapiro is guilty of duping his audience with the deceptive sleight-of-hand trick by glossing over the fact that Israel's crimes in its warfare conduct are exponentially more severe than the actions of Hamas. This is both true in a temporal sense, in terms of the occupation enduring for 70 years, and a numerical sense, insofar as the number of Palestinians killed in Operation Iron Swords is likely 20 times greater than the total number of Israelis killed. There can be no moral equivalence between the two sides, since the totality of Israeli crimes is far worse than the events that transpired on October 7th. Another central assertion of Shapiro during the debate session was that calling for the liberation of Palestine from the river to the sea logically entails a call for genocide against the Jewish people. This claim is devoid of any rational basis and is simply a fabrication against the Palestinian movement. As Badr notes, it is a fact that many of the Jews who established the State of Israel and arrived in the years that followed were migrants who came from Europe. It is also a fact that the Arab population of Palestine has lived in the region for countless generations, which renders them the indigenous inhabitants of the land. These two facts warrant an undeniable conclusion, ensuring the Palestinians return to their homeland and having a transfer of political authority to the rightful owners of the land. What is needed is a peaceful and just correction of the political wrongs that occurred during the Nakba by acknowledging the Palestinian people's right to return and having a new system of sovereignty that permanently undoes the fetters of the occupation. There is nothing in this message that promotes or calls for genocide against the Jewish people. Just like in the case of South Africa, such a meaningful reformation movement can be achieved by dismantling the apartheid regime and creating a new system of rule that is based on coexistence which was the modus operandi found in the past Muslim period, when the apartheid regime developed by the racist white minority was unfettered. South Africa did not cease to exist. Instead, it was reinstated as a political republic where whites and blacks could live in peace and cooperatively rebuild their society. Similarly, the dismantling of the Israeli apartheid regime will not lead to any genocide of the Jewish people. Instead, it will bring forth a regime where Jews, Christians, and Muslims can live side by side just as they did without any disruption during the Ottoman era. Nevertheless, Shapiro still tries to pull one last trick from his sleeve, which, for this section, will be referred to as the bombing of Dresden argument. Essentially, through this mode of reasoning, Shapiro attempts to downplay the high civilian casualty count in Gaza by arguing that there are cases of conflicts where the morally upright belligerent killed more people than the wrongdoing force. To demonstrate this point, he brings up the example of Great Britain and Nazi Germany in World War II and notes how the former caused more civilian deaths by carpet-bombing German cities than vice versa. As he puts it, if, based on the numbers, more Germans died than British in World War II, does that mean the British were wrong in World War II? Because they did. Many more Germans died than Brits. Despite being from the Allies, Britain did target civilian German towns and areas such as Dresden in 1945. While these actions may upset the conscience, from Shapiro's standpoint, they were a necessary evil to subdue the Nazi menace and restore a peaceful world order. This is an immensely flawed mode of analogical reasoning. First and foremost, World War II is an unsuitable analogue for the 2023 Palestinian crisis. There was a relative balance of power between the belligerents in the former, whereby all the contending forces were well-established great powers in the European theatre. The same cannot be said regarding the present events of 2023, since there is no power parity between the two sides. One side is objectively stronger, commands an arsenal of advanced and sophisticated weaponry, and enjoys the unconditional backing of Western powers. In other words, there is a severe asymmetry since the engagement is between an occupying force and a besieged strip of territory, not a nation-state fighting for its liberation. For this reason, there are no logical grounds for him to compare Gaza with Nazi Germany. Even if one were to entertain the analogy for argument's sake and assume that the example of Nazi Germany is applicable, Shapiro's argument would still not be acceptable. This is because the carpet bombing of Dresden did not accrue any tangible strategic gains for the Allied forces, as it utterly failed to achieve the goal of psychologically subduing the German citizenry, damaging their morale, and eroding the legitimacy of the Nazi government in their eyes. This is the conclusion adopted by historian Katharine Schrater in a seminal research article. Summarizing the findings of this paper, journalist Erin Blakemore writes, "The Allies' goal had been to wreck the German economy and undermine morale, eroding support for the Nazis and leading Germans to question their leaders. Ultimately," writes Schrater, "it failed. The bombardments forced Darmstadters to rely on one another all the more, fortifying communities that helped them keep living in the face of the unthinkable. The bombs may have destroyed Germany, but they did not destroy German morale." This historical reality further renders Shapiro's argument invalid, since the British strategy was unsuccessful in the first place. Thirdly, by bringing up the example of World War II in his argument, Shapiro also demonstrates his ignorance of the legal developments and changes that occurred in the post-war era. During this conflict, owing to the lack of any sophisticated and detailed international legal codes, war crimes and atrocities were committed by both sides, and the carpet bombing of major cities was a common tactic to exert pressure and procure an unconditional surrender from the enemy. For this reason, in the years that followed, a series of international legal mechanisms and instruments were developed to prevent the repeated occurrence of such atrocities in the modern era. A prime example of an international instrument employed for this very end is Protocol 1 of the Geneva Conventions, which was promulgated in 1977. Article 51.2 of the latter states, "The civilian population as such, as well as individual civilians, shall not be the object of attack. acts or threats of violence, the primary purpose of which is to spread terror among the civilian population, are prohibited. From the standpoint of modern international law, Dresden was certainly a condemnable war crime, and invoking it as an example to justify the killing of civilians in a densely populated area like Gaza is an anachronistic and manifest error. The fact that Shapiro had to cite a wartime example from World War II to whitewash the crimes of Israel constitutes an implicit argument against his position, since it would be impossible for a legally and morally compliant state in the present age to undertake such actions. Thanks to the provisions of Protocol 1, it is inconceivable for a morally scrupulous belligerent to inflict more civilian casualties than a genocidal pariah state. Thus, the fact that Israel kills far more civilians on the battlefield than opposing belligerents indicates that it is the wrongdoing force. Furthermore, one could use Shapiro's tactic of going back in time and finding specimens from past nations to justify actions that are unanimously considered crimes today. For instance, a person may justify the brutal practice of child labor presently implemented in many third world countries on the basis that it was widely used in Great Britain during its industrial stage. However, such reasoning would be fallacious, considering the modern conventions that ban such a practice. 4.7. Why do Israelis support the occupation? The need for a paradigmatic mentality shift. A discomforting reality that continues to persist into the present moment is that a significant proportion of Israelis support their government's occupation of the Palestinian territories and its military strikes against the people of Gaza. This ultimately causes some critics to say, if the situation in Gaza is as bad as it is claimed, then why is it supported so much among Israelis? The ultimate question is why such manifest injustice remains tolerated within significant strata of Israeli society. Perhaps the best diagnosis of this problem comes from the prominent Israeli journalist, Haaretz column writer, and human rights advocate Gideon Levy. According to Levy, there are three underlying narratives or fundamental principles that allow the Israeli occupation to persist and be conferred an aura of legitimacy. First and foremost, most members of the Israeli population believe that they are God's chosen people, which in turn provides them the divine right to undertake whatever deeds or actions they wish towards others. From this viewpoint, the Israelis view their nation as unique and free from legal or social responsibilities. In an important opinion piece written in 2011, Levy further elaborated on the dangers of this mentality. This is not only unnecessary and groundless arrogance, it's also an extremely dangerous idea that enables Israel to behave as it does, with blatant disregard of the world's feelings. Nor does it lack benighted ultra-nationalist and racist foundations. At the basis of Israeli arrogance lies the idea that this really is a special nation with special traits that are shared by no other nation. Not only does the concept of being God's chosen people inculcate arrogance, but it also justifies racist and prejudiced attitudes towards other people. On the one hand, Levy states, there is the trampling of the other, and further notes that we praise and exalt the chosen people above everyone else, two sides of the same coin, unconscionable racism. Levy then notes that the second problematic tendency that has engulfed the Israeli nation is its effective use of discursive power in the propaganda industry, whereby it can portray itself as being a victim, notwithstanding its status as the occupier of Gaza. While Levy acknowledges that throughout the annals of history there has been a myriad of imperialist forces and occupiers, Israel holds the distinction of being the first settler colonial force in history to present itself as the only victim. Thirdly, and most dangerously, Levy points out that the Israeli state apparatus has carried out a systematic dehumanization campaign against the Palestinian people, which allows the Israeli people to not only tolerate the occupation, but view it as a necessary good. It is this element of dehumanization, Levy argues, that enables us Israelis to live in peace with everything, because if they are not human beings like us, then there is not really a question of human rights. Levy's last point about dehumanization is of utmost importance, and considering the sophistication and modern nature of the Israeli killing machine, its effects are even further pronounced. With thousands upon thousands of Palestinians being killed in Gaza and the West Bank, the ultimate question is why Israeli citizens are so unmoved by the sheer brutality of their state's genocidal actions. The latest iteration of violence in the region provides us with many crucial clues. Stripping an undesirable other or racial group of its human qualities is a common tactic used by regimes to justify ethnic cleansing and mass destruction. Academic and researcher Dr. Salah Sharif meticulously described this dangerous process in a TEDx talk delivered in 2020. According to Sharif, there are two dehumanization techniques employed by rogue forces to justify their indiscriminate killing of innocent people. The first is known as animalistic dehumanization, whereby human communities are portrayed as subhuman creatures or animals to render their loss of life insignificant. This was the murderous tactic employed against the Jews and Tutsis to facilitate the Holocaust and Rwandan genocide. The second mode of dehumanization is known as mechanistic dehumanization and refers to when we act so mechanically that we become indifferent to the other person's existence. This latter form of dehumanization is far more severe than the former, since it renders the suffering of the oppressed entirely invisible. Moreover, owing to advancements in the rules of warfare, troops serving in modern armies are far more likely to dehumanize their victims and view their military operations in a mechanistic way. Sharif's research reveals that the more geographically distant army troops are from their combatants, the less empathy they have for the destruction they cause, and the greater the willingness they have to kill without mercy. The modern war techniques employed by the Israeli army, such as aerial bombardments by their fighter jets and artillery shelling by their Merkava tanks, cause their troops to act with impunity. The more their army has modernized and mechanized, the more merciless they have become. The level of desensitization among Israeli army troops vis-à-vis the killing of Palestinians has increased steadily in a linear fashion. It has reached its genocidal climax during the 2023 invasion of Gaza. Scholarly studies of dehumanization within the Israeli setting reveal the lengthy pedigree in the use of such techniques against the Palestinians at the institutional and societal levels. Dehumanization has been a common discursive tactic employed by the Israelis to minimize the public repercussions of its attacks and bombardment of Palestinians in the eyes of its citizenry. For instance, Dr. Usman Latif, a postdoctoral researcher in dehumanization, an instructor at Sapiens Institute, notes how negative and dehumanizing portrayals of Arabs, and oftentimes specifically Palestinian Arabs, are often used to promote American wars or to promote Israel's campaigns against Palestinians. This process, Latif notes, is facilitated through a careful nurturing process whereby, from a very young age, Israelis are indoctrinated and led to believe that Palestinians are bereft of any humanity and do not deserve any just treatment. Iran Efrati, a former member of the Israeli Defense Forces interviewed by Latif, conveyed that the systematic oppression against Palestinians is underscored by layers of dehumanizing that began from when he was very young and became more pronounced during his drafting into the occupied territories. Children, he explained, are taught that a Palestinian life is not to be accorded the same value as an Israeli life, that an Israeli soldier cannot intervene if a Jewish settler is abusing a Palestinian, even to the point of carrying out the murder of a Palestinian. He explains how Palestinians are not considered fully human, but subhuman. This ideology is further reinforced at the physical level daily through the mechanism of structural otherness, which in essence refers to the separating and designating to that other a substandard living space and erecting of physical barriers to keep out the untamed, is vivid in the landscape of Hebron in Palestine. The Palestinians are restricted to confined quarters and separated from the topography and water channels that define their people and history. Restricted in both spatial and discursive terms, the Palestinians are treated worse than cattle and humiliated both physically and verbally by the Israeli security apparatus that gazes at them unrelentingly. Such a regime of dehumanization ultimately functions as a precursor to violence and also affects violence through omission of a frame for the life lost. 4.8. The false charge of Muslim intolerance and desired eradication of the Jews. A common Zionist talking point raised to justify both Israel's creation and its present wrongdoings is that its existence is a sine qua non for the survival of the Jewish people since hostile Muslim states surround it. Zionists claim that without Israel, there would be no safe haven for the Jewish people, as they would be exposed to the unjust and brutal policies of the Muslim people. Essentially, they assert that when ruling over a diverse polity, Muslims have always lacked the capacity to give other religious denominations and groups their rights, and instead rule with an iron fist. Through this viewpoint, Islam is deemed to be a failed civilizational project which can never be given a leading role. Perhaps the most vocal proponents of this thesis consist of the historian Bernard Lewis and the political scientist Samuel Huntington, both of whom championed the clash of civilizations theory. According to this scheme, Islam lacks the theological and spiritual impetus to cooperate with other faith groups and instead has always been an intolerant and belligerent force. For this reason, the Jewish migrant population in Palestine had every right to establish a separate state for their own faith group since, without that, they would be at the mercy of a despotic system of Muslim rule that does not confer any rights for minority groups. As a corollary of the points mentioned above, Zionists who back Israel's creation and expansionist actions often insist that the latter's actions are simply a reaction and balancing act against the violent Muslim empires of the past, who had occupied the Holy Land and denied Jews and Christians the right to worship in their own sacred spaces. Through this perspective, the Arab warriors who conquered the Levant are viewed as violent colonizers who spread Islam through the sword and championed the practice of forced conversion. Muslims had many centuries to leave a positive mark during their occupation of the Levant, yet they failed to create a system informed by cosmopolitan values. For this reason, Muslims have no right to restore their backward structure of rule in modern settings. According to this narrative, the formation of Israel was what finally emancipated the Jewish people from the tyranny of Islamic rule, which relegated Jews, Christians, and other religious minorities to the status of second-class subjects. Israel's creation represents the story of a Dhimmi people, non-Muslim inhabitants under Islamic rule, a subject people who ought to have stayed within their bounds, but who shook off the yoke of servitude, emerging triumphant as master of a sovereign non-Muslim state in the abode of Islam. Through this lens, Hamas is perceived to be a great menace and a danger against the Jewish nation since it attempts to reclaim the lands that were originally part of the abode of Islam, Darul Islam, now lost at the hands of the disbelieving infidels. That is the Hamas premise, clear, pellucid, honest. It is not the liberation of Palestine for the sake of a Palestinian cause or the Palestinian people. It is an apocalyptic struggle for the redemption of Muslim land fallen to the hands of disbelief. However, this narrative is blatantly false. Contrary to the claim that Islam cannot accommodate other religions and groups, there is much proof from the Quran and the life of the Prophet that the faith of monotheism is predicated on the principles of cooperation and optimizing the goodness of humankind. After migrating to the city of Medina, one of the first things that the Prophet did was to sign a defense alliance and pact of mutual understanding with the Jews of the city. This memorandum was so significant in its legal and historical import that it would later be known as the Treaty of Medina. One key provision of the treaty has been reproduced verbatim by the scholar and historian Ibn Hisham in his famous Seerah of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. It is incumbent on all the Muslims to help and extend sympathetic treatment to the Jews who have entered into an agreement with us. Neither an oppression of any type should be perpetrated on them, nor should their enemy be helped against them. It is incumbent on the parties to treat each other sincerely and to wish each other well. None shall subject the other to oppression and injustice, and the oppressed shall be helped. The text of this treaty reveals that the Prophet ﷺ desired Muslim-Jewish relations to be cordial and good-natured. While the prophetic migration caused Medina almost instantly to become a Muslim state, this did not in any way hinder the ability of minority groups, such as the Jews, to practice their faith. The same spirit of tolerance can be observed when the second Caliph of Islam, Umar ibn al-Khattab, signed a historical pact in 638 CE after conquering the city of Jerusalem. The central portion of the text reads, "In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate." This is the assurance of safety which the servant of God, Umar, the commander of the faithful, has given to the people of Jerusalem. He has given them an assurance of safety for themselves, for their property, their churches, their crosses, the sick and healthy of the city, and for all the rituals which belong to their religion. Their churches will not be inhabited by Muslims and will not be destroyed. Neither they, nor the land on which they stand, nor their cross, nor their property will be damaged. They will not be forcibly converted. In light of these well-cemented treaties and agreements, the Muslim empires and dynasties that would emerge in the following centuries largely upheld this positive and accommodating model. For this reason, non-Muslim minorities often felt safe and respected in the Islamic polities they lived in, and deemed themselves to be part of their respective societies. By way of example, one may consider the Jewish exegetical text known as the Sefer Pitron Torah, which had this to say about the treatment that Jews experienced in Muslim-led Jerusalem during the 9th century CE. The people in whose hands the temple is today, the Muslims, have made it into a choice, excellent and honourable place of worship. They say, "Let us worship the one God who created heaven and earth, to whom the creatures belong, until the coming of the Messiah, and on that day the true worship will be renewed and will be acceptable before God." The same spirit of tolerance could also be observed in other major Muslim cities. For instance, one may consider the account of Benjamin of Tudela, a famous medieval Jewish voyager who visited Baghdad in 1168 CE. In his account, Benjamin of Tudela praised the Abbasid authorities for their fair and ethical treatment of the Jewish minority population in the capital city of Baghdad. In a crucial section of his work, Benjamin states the following: "In Baghdad, there are about 40,000 Jews, and they dwell in security, prosperity, and honor under the great Caliph, and amongst them are great sages, the heads of the academies engaged in the study of law." In another noteworthy passage, he notes how the Jewish population enjoyed the freedom to construct synagogues and perform their religious rites. In Baghdad, there are 28 Jewish synagogues situated either in the city itself or in Al-Karkh, on the other side of the Tigris, for the river divides the metropolis into two parts. The great synagogue of the head of the captivity has columns of marble of various colors overlaid with silver and gold, and on these columns are sentences of the Psalms in golden letters. And in front of the ark are about 10 steps of marble. On the topmost step are the seats of the head of the captivity and of the princes of the house of David. The same assessment was echoed in the ethical rulership of the Umayyads in Islamic Spain, Al-Andalus, whose ethical mode of leadership helped free the Jews from the unjust levies and persecution of the Visigoth kingdom. The contemporary Jewish historian Zion Zohar provides a vivid account of how not only the Jewish population welcomed the Muslims as liberators, but they also intellectually prospered in the centuries that followed under the banner of Umayyad rule. When Muslims crossed the Straits of Gibraltar from North Africa in 711 CE and invaded the Iberian Peninsula, Jews welcomed them as liberators from Christian persecution. Born during this era of Islamic rule, the famous Golden Age of Spanish Jewry, circa 900 to 1200, produced such luminaries as statesman and diplomat Hasdai ibn Shabrut, vizier and army commander Samuel Hannagid, poet-philosophers Solomon ibn Gabriel and Judah Halevi, and at the apex of them all, Moses bin Maimon, also known among the Spaniards as Maimonides. Even in later parts of history, the same spirit of toleration would endure in the abode of Islam, including the Holy Land of Jerusalem. For example, the 15th century Italian rabbi and biblical commentator Obadiah ben Abraham Yare de Bertinoro shared the following assessment of the Old City when he visited it in 1486 CE. Jews are not persecuted by the Arabs in these parts. I have travelled through the country in its length and breadth, and none of them has put any obstacle in my way. They are very kind to strangers, particularly to anyone who does not know the language, and if they see many Jews together, they are not annoyed by it. The chief upshot of the quotations above and analytical remarks is that the Muslims had established a system that enabled Jews, Christians, and Muslims to live in Jerusalem together for the first time. Thus, the claim that Muslims lack the moral fibre or tolerant spirit to accommodate other religious denominations does not withstand critical scrutiny and is belied by the testimony of Jewish historians themselves. Islam is a religion that is committed to furthering the progress of humankind and ensuring their spiritual and material well-being. The Jewish people are no exception to this norm of care. One concrete and relevant example that can be cited to demonstrate the value of care in the Islamic model is the Greek Orthodox Church, which was protected and given rights and freedoms such as the right to continue their religious sermons and services by the Arab conquerors. One of the structures built by followers of this denomination is the Church of St. Porphyrius in Gaza City, considered the third oldest church in the world. For more than a millennium, these churches and their respective communities were protected by several Muslim empires, with each guarding the structure and the congregants who went to pray in it weekly. Other prominent churches belonging to this denomination, such as the Greek Orthodox Patriarchate of Jerusalem, have also received favourable treatment. Despite all the difficulties that the Greek Orthodox Church and its constituents have faced ever since the Israeli occupation, they remain satisfied with the treatment they receive from the fledgling Muslim authorities in Gaza and the West Bank. For instance, Father Antonius Hanania, who presides as a priest in the Orthodox Church, criticized the Israeli occupation for its erasure of the history of the Palestinian people and thanked his Muslim brethren for protecting them. For instance, he noted that it was Muslims who protected Shireen Abu Akla's casket during her funeral procession. The occupation forces attempted to hurl Shireen Abu Akla's casket on the ground, but the Muslims of Palestine raised the casket and guarded it. Had this deceased person been a Muslim sheikh, I would have protected it just as they guarded Shireen. And I say in this context exactly what Father Manuel Musallam said several times: let them ban our Muslim brothers from broadcasting the adhan, the call to prayer, for I will be the one to call it. Muslim rulers never touched or obstructed the Church of St. Porphyrius for over 1,000 years. However, it only took 70 years of Zionist occupation for it to be targeted and seriously damaged. During the early days of the Israeli aerial bombardment of Gaza, numerous Christians and Muslims sought refuge in the Church of St. Porphyrius. As a place of worship, it should have been a safe haven. Nevertheless, it was hit by a lethal airstrike that killed at least 18 Palestinians and damaged the church complex and much of its exterior structure. The contrast could not be more stark or evident. 70 years of Zionist occupation did something unheard of in more than 1,000 years of Muslim rule. However, what about Hamas and its alleged desire to vanquish the Jewish people and have them stripped of their socio-political freedoms? This point is usually considered a factual proposition, which is not amenable to any scrutiny or debate. The answer to this question may come as a surprise to some readers, for the fact of the matter is that Hamas does not oppose the State of Israel due to its Jewish character. It justifies its resistance activities due to Israel's use of Zionist thought as a colonial ideology and its continued occupation of the Palestinian territories. However, it does not oppose the people of Israel due to their Jewish faith. In its 2017 charter, Hamas explicitly states that it does not oppose the Jewish people either in religious or cultural terms. Instead, its resistance is strictly opposed to the occupying force of Israel. Articles 16 and 17 of the 2017 Hamas Charter read: 16. Hamas affirms that its conflict is with the Zionist project, not with the Jews because of their religion. Hamas does not wage a struggle against the Jews because they are Jewish, but wages a struggle against the Zionists who occupy Palestine. Yet, it is the Zionists who constantly identify Judaism and the Jews with their own colonial project and illegal entity. 17. Hamas rejects the persecution of any human being or the undermining of his or her rights on nationalist, religious, or sectarian grounds. Considering these articles, it becomes abundantly clear that the primary cause of Hamas's resistance activities is the occupier itself, not its espoused faith or religious identity. Indeed, Hamas would have opposed and fought against Israel even if it was a Christian or Buddhist state. Put in another way, Palestinians, of course, do not care what religion their occupiers are. Like all occupied people, they will resist whoever is occupying them. Section 5. Conclusion. The 70-year history of Palestine is horrific and demonstrates that much of the world has lost its moral compass and currently lacks the courage and resilience to stand up for the truth. However, there is still time to make a paradigmatic change on the international front, provided that the impetus for justice is restored once more. This momentous undertaking can be achieved through a bottom-up process whereby individuals empathize with the plight of the Palestinian people and then inspire change through their engagements with their local civil society actors and governing bodies. The purpose of this book was to provide a series of arguments and thought arguments to demonstrate that the Palestinian people have been victims of a brutal and illegal military occupation, an apartheid regime, arbitrary detention and imprisonment, extrajudicial attacks and assassinations, and expropriatory land seizures for several decades. This current crisis has one sole primary cause, which is the occupying and tyrannical force of Israel. For a just and sustainable peace to be achieved in the region, Israel must, once and for all, cease its ongoing Nakba of the Palestinian people by ending the blockade of the Palestinian territories, unfettering its regime of settler colonialism, and dismantling the system of apartheid. The latter proposition is a sine qua non, since peace and justice cannot be found in a state that assigns absolute superiority to one race while dehumanizing the other. Peace and justice can never be the features of a political entity that subjects the indigenous inhabitants of a land to a brutal blockade and oppression. Throughout its century-long existence, Zionism has proven to be a racist and supremacist ideology that has relegated the Palestinians to the status of subhumans. If a philosophy of fairness and equality is to flourish in the world we currently live in, such a repulsive philosophy must be renounced and thrown into the dustbin of history. Of course, by no means does this call translate to the expulsion of the Jewish population living in Palestine proper. Islam is a religion of fairness and assigns value to every human being. This is especially the case for Jews and Christians. Throughout history, the two religious communities were honored with the titles of Ahlul Kitab, people of the book, and Ahlul Dhimma, people of the covenant, in Islamic prose, and granted special rights as minorities. It was this ethos of tolerance embedded in the Islamic model of governance that allowed Muslims, Jews and Christians to live in peace for centuries in the Holy Land. Furthermore, if there is a willingness to do away with the unjust status quo and restore a moral balance in the region, there is no reason why this same model cannot be reinstated again. If we all set our hearts and minds towards this end, genuine and structural changes may be realized in this current generation. We hope you have enjoyed this certified production of Unveiling Tyranny, the Genocide in Gaza, and False Zionist Narratives on Palestine, published by Sapiens Institute, written by Hamza, Tzortzis and Massoud Vahedi, narrated by Usman Qureshi, and supervised by Sadiq Zaman. The End.